Chapter 1439. When Lin Sun came to a mountain full of spirituality, he couldn't help but be moved. Such a mountain could be regarded as a rare, blessed abode. But now, no one occupied it. If I cultivate here, thinking of this, Lin Sun took a deep breath. Boom! It was like a primordial divine dragon inhaling qi. He inhaled for the time it takes to boil a pot of tea. The area around the mountain was filled with a violent tempest that shattered the clouds in all directions. Rolling spiritual qi poured into Lin Sun's body from all directions, making his whole body shine. Every inch of his skin and flesh was greedily absorbing the magnificent and pure spiritual qi. In the end, all the spiritual qi was refined in the power of flesh and blood. Almost instantly, Lin Sun noticed that his cultivation of body refining was obviously a little stronger. Even if it was just a little stronger, Lin Sun was moved. It was only a single breath, yet it allowed his body refinement strength to increase by a trace. It was obvious how fast his cultivation would improve if he cultivated here with all his might. In addition, there are many divine crystals, rare magic medicines, magic materials. If I can make full use of them, my cultivation of body refining can be improved faster. Lin Sun's black eyes were bright. He had come to the bloodthirsty battlefield. Even if he went to the mulberry forest at this time to meet the big shots, such as the Emperor and the Empress, he was doomed to get no benefits when he encountered a great opportunity, because his cultivation was not enough to break through to the Saint Realm. After Du So's guidance, Lin Sun realized that what he needed to consider at present was not to become a saint, but to pass the Tao test of Forbidden Path. If he wanted to pass this test, he must make up for the shortcoming of body refining cultivation. Before, Lin Sun had no clue. Now, after several hours of cognition and exploration, he had a plan in mind. The bloodthirsty battlefield was the best place for cultivation. But before that, I'd better find out the situation first. While Lin Sun was thinking, he had already set out again. To his surprise, he didn't meet a living creature along the way, trekking between mountains and rivers. There were no fierce beasts, birds of prey, plants, or even traces of insects between the mountains and rivers. It should be known that the spiritual qi and vitality in this world were extremely rich, which was the most likely place for the birth of life. But until now, Lin Sun hadn't met a living creature. This seemed to be very strange and unusual, and it made it extremely difficult for him to obtain any information. 3 hours later, within the scope of Lin's spiritual awareness, he immediately sensed a fierce collision and roar. There's an aura of battle 1,300 miles to the east. Looks like one of them is a human. Lin Sun was refreshed. Finally, he saw a living person. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk his figure flashed and turned into a stream of light that tore through the void. In just a few breaths, Lin Sun was already thousands of miles away. At this time, Lin Sun could see a group of figures fighting fiercely without using his spiritual awareness. 7 of them were humans, and they were in the same camp. Each of them had a powerful cultivation base of immortal level monarchs. Lin Sun couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Looking at their opponents, they were also humanoid. There were both men and women, but they were clearly not human. Every single one of them had blood-red hair, skin that was a gorgeous and lustrous white color, and a pair of bright silver wings on their backs. Feather Spirit Clan? Lin Sun was stunned. In the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea, there were many indigenous clans, most of which were descendants of the ancient clans, such as the Bloody Lion Clan, the Dragon Whale Clan, the Golden Phoenix Clan, the Herculean Ox Clan, the Black Turtle Clan, the Cloud Dragon Clan, the Blackwood Clan, and so on. When Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian, and a group of disciples of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure went to the ultimate ruins, they had fought with the saints of those clans in the secret realm of monsters. He had also seen the overmatch of the Feather Spirit Clan. But Lin Sun didn't expect to see the overmatch of the Feather Spirit Clan in the bloodthirsty battlefield. How could they appear here? Lin Sun had been to the bloodthirsty battlefield before. At that time, there were only 2 major forces the Empire and the Voodoo barbarian camp. But now it was obviously different. It seems that the situation in the bloodthirsty battlefield is more complicated than I thought. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed. Without hesitation, Lin Sun rushed over directly. "You've gone too far." A slim woman in a red dress shouted angrily in the fierce battle. As she spoke, she waved her hand and threw out a 300-meter-long flaming blade. But it was easily defeated by an overmatch of the Feather Spirit clan. With one slash, the woman in red's pretty face turned pale, and she staggered back. "Misty, the situation is dangerous. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on until the reinforcements arrive." Several men and women in other directions were extremely anxious. They were also in a dangerous situation, and many of them had been injured. "Hold on a little longer. I'll just ask my brother for help. I believe he will come soon." The woman in red took a deep breath and transmitted her voice to them. "Oh, do you still think someone will come to save you? Wishful thinking. I'm not afraid to tell you that your reinforcements have been wiped out now." A young man of the Feather Spirit clan sneered. "What?" The faces of Miss Yi and others all changed, and many of them showed despair. The reason why they could hold on until now was that they firmly believed that reinforcements would come. But if even the reinforcements were blocked, then everything would be over. As for their opponents, their expressions were cold, and they looked at Miss Yi and the others as if they were dead. "Finish the battle quickly," the leading Feather Spirit clan expert shouted. "Look!" But at the same time, someone cried out. A figure, like an illusory divine rainbow, tore through the air, bringing with it a roar. The divine ray of light stopped, and then a tall and handsome figure appeared. He raised his hand and pointed. Beams of sword chi suddenly swept out, dazzling and peerlessly sharp, illuminating the sky. In an instant, the bodies of more than 10 Feather Spirit clan experts were minced and cut by the peerless sword chi, and their flesh and blood exploded in the void like fireworks. In an instant, the sword chi appeared, and the group of enemies was annihilated. No one survived. The woman in red was stunned, and her eyes widened. That was a group of Feather Spirit clan experts, and even the weakest one was at the longevity third tribulation realm. Previously, they had been forced into despair, but now they were easily harvested like weeds. Everything happened too abruptly, and it ended in an instant. But the shock it caused hit the hearts of the woman in red and the others like a great river. "Yi Hongxue from the Yi family of Donghai pays respect to you, senior. Thank you for saving our lives." The woman in red was the first to react, and she bowed to him. The others also suddenly woke up from the shock and hurriedly stepped forward to salute. As they spoke, they all saw Lin Sun's appearance clearly, and they couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that they didn't expect him to be so young. However, the one who had reached the peak was the teacher, and the strong were respected. It was only right for him to address Zhang Xian as a senior. The one who came to rescue was Lin Sun. He looked at the woman in red, Yi Hongxue, and asked, "Yi family of Donghai, who is Yi Qingtian to you?" Yi Hongxue said respectfully, "Senior, it's my father. Are you Yi Qi's elder sister or younger sister?" Lin Sun asked. When he was cultivating in the bloodthirsty camp, Lin Sun didn't have many friends, and Yi Qi was one of them. Yi Hongxue seemed a little surprised, but she still replied, "Yi Qi is my elder brother," Lin Sun said with a smile. "In that case, we are not strangers. My name is Lin Sun, and your elder brother is my friend." Yi Hongxue was stunned and said with surprise, "So you are Lin Sun, the head of Heart Cleansing Peak in the capital?" Lin Sun touched his nose and said with a smile, "I dare not say that I am the head of Heart Cleansing Peak in the capital. By the way, don't call me senior. I'm not as old as you think." The others also reacted and showed a look of understanding. Obviously, they had all heard of Lin Sun. "Then I'll call you Brother Lin Sun." Yi Hongxue smiled valiantly. She was dressed in red and had a straightforward temperament. Lin Sun nodded and said, "Why did you have a conflict with the Feather Spirit clan?" "Yesterday, when we were exploring a mountain range, we inadvertently discovered a 300 m long divinity origin crystal or vein. We just dug this or vein away when we were targeted by these winged spirit clan experts. Yi Hongxue was still a little resentful and told the story again. In short, Yi Hongxue and others were robbed by the strong feather spirit clan. Oh no. According to the strong feather spirit clan, my brother was probably ambushed on his way to help. Suddenly, Yi Hongxue thought of something and her pretty face changed. Yi Qi, Lin Sun asked. Yi Hongxue nodded quickly. Do you know where he is now? Lin Sun asked. Yes. Lead the way. I'll find him. Lin Sun said without hesitation. The others were refreshed. They had seen Lin Sun's strength just now. It would be great if they could have his help. Immediately, they hurried on their way under the leadership of Yi Hongxue. Originally, Lin Sun wanted to ask some questions about the bloodthirsty battlefield, but seeing Yi Hongxue's worried look, he finally held back. It would not be too late to ask Yi Qi when he saw him. Boom! Before long, a deafening collision sounded from afar. Looking from afar, there was an empty wasteland in the far distance. At this time, there was only a fierce battle on the wasteland. A group of strong feather spirit clan was besieging a fat young man in a black robe. Although the young man was round and fat, he was extremely agile. Although he was besieged by a group of strong cultivators, he avoided danger again and again with his ghostly body movements. But everyone could see that he was in danger. It's my brother, Yi Hongxue said anxiously. Lin Sun also saw it, and he recognized Yi Qi at a glance. After so many years, his body was still as round and fat as before. However, Lin Sun could also see that Yi Qi's cultivation had reached the 6th retribution of longevity. It seems that during the years when I was away, the cultivation of Yi Qi and others who entered the bloodthirsty battlefield also changed dramatically. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Now he finally understood why he didn't see Yi Qi's childhood friends in the Empire. Obviously, they had all come to the bloodthirsty battlefield. Chapter 1440. Elder Brother Lin, please go and save my brother, Yi Hongxue said anxiously. Lin Sun smiled. Don't worry. He can hold on for a while. Honing himself between life and death is very beneficial to his cultivation. As he said, he took out a wine gourd and drank leisurely while watching the battle. Yi Hongxue and others were stunned. Honing himself at this critical moment? What if Yi Qi was killed by accident? Tut tut. No wonder he is so agile and swift. It turns out that he majored in the power of modest wind and thunderbolt. His style is still the same as before. He doesn't seek to defeat the enemy, but only to save his life. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. He recalled his experience in the bloodthirsty camp when he was young. At that time, he and Yi Qi got to know each other through fighting. This fatty's treachery and insidiousness left a deep impression on Lin Sun. After so many years, they met again. Although Yi Qi had set foot on the path of immortality, his fighting style hadn't changed much. He was still as cunning and tricky as before. In the battle in the distance, Yi Qi complained incessantly. He couldn't hold on any longer. Thinking that his sister and others were still waiting for him to rescue them, he became more anxious and angry. Damn it, I'll fight you. Overwhelmed with anger, Yi Qi was about to fight desperately. Suddenly, he noticed that a group of people appeared in the distance. It was his sister Yi Hongxue and others. This delighted Yi Qi. She felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from her heart, and her spirits were suddenly lifted. Now that his sister and others were safe and had come to help him in time, the current predicament would be easily solved. But to Yi Qi's surprise, after waiting for a long time, his sister and others didn't move at all, as if they didn't see that he was in a perilous situation and was about to die. This made him so angry that he almost vomited blood. What made him most angry was that the guy in the lead was still in the mood to drink leisurely. Damn it, who is this guy? Is he here to laugh at me? No. Why does this guy look so familiar? Yi Qi was stunned and suddenly recognized him. Lin Sun. It was this guy. Crack. It was precisely because of this moment that a strand of sword chi arrived abruptly, and it tore open a bloody wound on his shoulder that was so deep that bones could be seen. Feeling the pain, Yi Qi's chubby face was full of exasperation. He shouted, "Lin Sun, can't you see I'm dying? Still drinking? Aren't you afraid of choking to death?" His voice reverberated throughout the world. The experts of the Feather Spirit clan who were besieging him were shocked. When they sensed the existence of Lin Sun and the others, their expressions changed. "You guys continue, don't mind us." Lin Sun responded with a smile. Yi Qi's eyes widened and he roared, "Are you still my friend? We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, and you plan to watch me get hacked to death the moment you see me?" The expressions of the experts of the Feather Spirit clan were uncertain, but in the end, they gritted their teeth and attacked Yi Qi with all their might. Obviously, they intended to get rid of Yi Qi in the shortest time possible and then think about Lin Sun and the others. Yi Qi's situation suddenly became more and more dangerous. No matter how loudly he shouted, it was of no use. Yi Hongxue was so anxious that he almost burst into tears. He said, "Brother Lin, if you don't want to help, we'll go." Lin Sun stopped smiling and said seriously, Don't you see that his cultivation is on the verge of breaking through the realm? Maybe he can do it in this battle." Yi Hongxue was stunned and doubted. The others were also confused. Was it true? Look, if he is forced into a desperate situation, will he still have the strength to shout? Lin Sun kindly pointed out, under normal circumstances, when facing a life-and-death crisis, no one will have the mind to pay attention to anything else. But look at that fatty. He doesn't look like he's going to be in danger at all. Obviously, he still has strength left, and his potential hasn't been completely revealed. Yi Hongxue and the others observed for a while and found that, as Lin Sun said, Yi Qi was scolding Lin Sun for being heartless and disloyal while fighting, and wanted to break off their friendship. Although he looked very angry, he was also full of energy. Lin Sun took a sip of wine calmly and continued, "Look at those enemies. They look fierce, but their fighting spirit has been shaken. They know that our existence is a great threat, so they have to pay attention to us." Yi Hongxue and the others all nodded. They also noticed this, and the anxiety in their hearts gradually subsided. So, the outcome of this battle has been decided. We just have some more opponents to practice with that fatty. Lin Sun concluded with a smile. "Practice with my ass." In the distance, Yi Qi was so angry that his face twitched, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Sun said with a smile, "Listen, even his scolding is full of vigor. Is that what a dying man should do?" Yi Hongxue couldn't help but remind him loudly, "Brother, you'd better focus on fighting against the enemies. With us here, how can we watch you suffer?" "You damn girl. It's fine that you don't save your brother, but you're helping him. Do you want to anger your brother to death?" Yi Xiao Qi cried out. But soon he also realized that the situation was dangerous, so he didn't dare to be distracted and concentrated on going all out. Rumble. The battle was fierce, and the weather was changing. The battle between the superiors of the longevity realm could easily burn down mountains and rivers, and the destructive power was amazing. But Lin Sun found that the situation in the bloodthirsty battlefield was a little different. The mountains, rivers, and even the void were covered with an invisible power of order. Under such power of heaven and earth, the destructive power caused by the superiors of the longevity realm was also weakened a lot. Of course, the power was still the same, but it was limited by the law of heaven and earth. It was not that the combat power was suppressed. Perhaps, only the power of the superiors of the Saint realm can create a terrible scene of destruction in this world. Lin Sun was lost in thought. Run! Suddenly, there was a loud shout on the battlefield. The superiors of the Feather Spirit clan didn't succeed in attacking for a long time, so they decisively chose to retreat. Obviously, they realized that running away was the wisest choice in the current situation. "Run? Did I allow you to go?" Yi Qi gnashed his teeth, roared, and chased after them. He was full of anger and hadn't vented it completely. How could he be willing to let the enemy run away like this? Whoosh, whoosh, but someone acted faster than him. Lin Sun got up, and a stream of sword chi swept out from his body, turning into sharp light and whistling away. Puff, puff, puff. The next moment, the bodies of the superiors of the Feather Spirit clan were mercilessly cut by the sword Chi, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. Yi Chi was stunned for a moment, and then he rushed to Lin Sun angrily, as if he wanted to settle accounts with Lin Sun. Yi Hongxue and the others all changed their expressions, but Lin Sun said indifferently, "You want to fight? Okay, but you should be prepared to be beaten." Yi Chi's dashing figure stopped abruptly, and his expression kept changing. Obviously, he also realized that once he started fighting, he would absolutely be looking for trouble. Didn't he see that a group of superiors of the Feather Spirit clan were killed before they could react? After a while, Yi Chi stared at Lin Sun fiercely and gnashed his teeth. "I haven't seen you for a long time, and you are becoming more and more disgusting. You really don't want to fight with me? If you're angry, just let it out. Don't hold it in," Lin Sun said with a smile. "Bullshit. I'm not a masochist." Yi Chi rolled his eyes. As he spoke, he snatched the gourd from Lin's hand and gulped down a mouthful of wine. Then he exhaled and said grumpily, "Only now do I realize that powerful people can do whatever they want. Take you, for example. You make me hate you so much that I have to endure it." Lin Sun laughed. Yi Hongxue and the others also laughed. They all could see that the relationship between Lin Sun and Yi Chi was not ordinary. "By the way, when did you come to the bloodthirsty battlefield?" Yi Chi asked. "Today." Lin Sun told him the truth. "What?" Yi Hongxue and the others were all stunned. They seemed to be extremely surprised and couldn't believe it. "What's wrong?" Lin Sun said, in surprise. "Because the bloodthirsty battlefield has been completely sealed off during these past 10 years, and no one from the outside world has been able to enter. However, you just happened to appear here. This can only prove that someone definitely helped you open up the passageway to this place, and it's not an ordinary person." Yi Chi's expression was strange. Lin Sun suddenly understood and thought of due south. He nodded and said, "The guy who sent me here is indeed not an ordinary person." Yi Chi suddenly smiled and said sneakily, "You have a lot of doubts now, don't you? For example, why has the bloodthirsty battlefield become like this? And why there are so many incredible magic medicines, magic materials, and divine crystals?" Lin Sun said, "Yes." He did have too many questions in his heart. "But I won't tell you. I'll let you taste the suffering and the feeling of not being able to get what you want." Yi Chi laughed complacently, as if he had avenged a great hatred. Lin Sun said, "Oh," and stared at Yi Chi faintly, which made Yi Chi's hair stand on end, and the complacent smile on his face became stiff. Yi Chi swallowed his saliva and said, "Are you going to use force? Let me tell you, if you dare to touch a finger of mine, I'll break off all relations with you. Then I won't touch your finger. What do you think?" Lin Sun said with a smile, and his voice was creepy. Yi Chi's vision darkened. She put her hand to her forehead and said painfully, "How could I forget that you never play by the rules? I give up and admit defeat. I'll tell you everything you want to know, okay?" Lin Sun patted Yi Chi's broad shoulder with a smile and said, "You deserve to be my good brother. You're so loyal." Yi Chi sighed and shook his head. "How can I not be loyal when I meet a ruthless and unscrupulous person like you?" At the end of his words, he couldn't help laughing, as if he had returned to the days when he was a teenager in the bloodthirsty camp. Many years had passed, and they had gone further and further on their respective paths. But how could they forget the friendship they had forged in those days? The road of Tao was arduous and dangerous, and the vicissitudes of life took a long time. He remembered the days when he was a teenager. Chapter 1441. More than a decade ago, the bloodthirsty battlefield had become completely different as a result of the upheaval. Back then, the great emperor of the empire, the empress, the dean of Green Deer Academy, the bloodthirsty King Zhao Tai, and other important figures of the empire led a group of young disciples into the bloodthirsty battlefield. At that time, the big shots of the 9 voodoo barbarian tribes also arrived here with the most elite young experts of their tribes. Half a year later, in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea, a mysterious and terrifying figure called Emperor Qing by many ancient clans opened a dusty ancient formation in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea and opened a passage to the bloodthirsty battlefield. Since then, the bloodthirsty battlefield had become a stage for the three camps of the Empire, the Voodoo Barbarian Alliance, and the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Our Empire's camp is located at the Azure Cloud Mountain, about 13,000 miles away. Bloodthirsty Queen Zhao Xingye is overseeing this place. The Voodoo Barbarian camp, on the other hand, is entrenched in the far west, more than 20,000 kilometers away from the Blue Cloud Mountain. It is overseen by an old monster from the Dark Barbarians called Dark Blood Saint Sorcerer. The Alliance of 10,000 Races is located in the far east, 19,000 kilometers away from the Gray Cloud Mountain. It is overseen by a saint of the Herculean bull demons. Yi Qi led Lin Sun and the others to Cloud White Mountain. On the way, Yi Qi told Lin Sun about the situation in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Lin Sun listened silently and couldn't help feeling surprised. Deep in the soul Oblivion Sea, who is the terrifying figure that many ancient powers called Emperor Qing? To be able to open up a passageway into the bloodthirsty battlefield, this method was indeed terrifying. No wonder he saw the experts of the Feather Spirit clan in the bloodthirsty battlefield just now. The Emperor, Empress, Dean of Green Deer Academy, and the others left together when they arrived at the bloodthirsty battlefield and headed to a place called the Mulberry Forest. When Yi Qi mentioned this, Lin was shocked and asked, "Mulberry Forest?" "Yes. I'm told that it's the real source of chaos, where unimaginably great opportunities and a lot of unpredictable things can be found." Yi Xiaoqi said, "It's a pity that it's too terrifying. It's like a forbidden area for those who are below the Saint Realm. Going there is no different from courting death." Lin Sun nodded. Duso had told him about this before he came to the bloodthirsty battlefield. In the Mulberry Forest, sages, great sages, sage kings, and even terrifying existences at the sub-emperor level would exist. It was too terrifying. But Lin Sun didn't expect that the Mulberry Forest was actually the source of chaos. In addition to the Great Emperor, the bigwigs of the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the Alliance of 10,000 Races also went to the Mulberry Forest. Yi Qi continued, "If it weren't for this, it would have been very difficult for King Realm experts like us, who are on the path to immortality, to survive here." Lin Sun deeply agreed and said, "It's true. For other practitioners, the King Realm is terrifying enough. But in the eyes of sages, the King Realm is just like an ant. If they are here, you're bound to have nothing to do, whether it's doing things or seizing opportunities." "That's right," Yi Qi said with a smile. "Fortunately, these bigwigs have not been here all these years, so we can seize the opportunity to make use of the cultivation resources in the bloodthirsty battlefield. In just over 10 years, a large number of immortal realm kings have emerged." Speaking of this, Yi Qi thought of something and couldn't help frowning. The only trouble is that in the bloodthirsty battlefield, there are not only our camp, but also the forces of the other two camps. In recent years, conflicts and killings have broken out frequently in order to compete for various cultivation resources. Alas, now our situation is getting worse and worse. Not only the Voodoo Barbarian camp sees us as a mortal enemy, but also the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Yi Hongxue next to him also sighed. Have the two camps formed an alliance? Lin Sun was surprised. Yi Qi shook his head. No, the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the Alliance of 10,000 Races have always minded their own business. I see, Lin Sun said thoughtfully. In their eyes, it's obvious that the Empire is easy to bully, so they dare to be so unscrupulous. Speaking of this, he couldn't help wondering, didn't the Empire take any action? The big shots have all gone to the Mulberry Forest. Before they left, according to the agreement, each camp can only leave one sage to guard. Yi Qi explained patiently. That is to say, the competition between the three camps is, in the final analysis, the competition between the King Realm practitioners like us. Lin Sun said with a faint smile. What's the result? Is it that the strong practitioners of the Empire are not as powerful as those of the other two camps? Yi Qi immediately retorted, of course not. Over the years, the strong practitioners of our empire have to fight against the strong practitioners of the voodoo barbarian camp and the alliance of 10,000 races at the same time. And we have suffered a great loss. Yes, two fists can't fight against four hands. In addition, in recent years in the Taoist mountain debate, the strong practitioners of our empire have been targeted by the other two camps every time. So we have suffered continuous defeats and lost many powerful practitioners, which makes the other two camps more and more arrogant. Yi Hongxue couldn't help saying angrily. Taoist mountain debate? Lin Sun was surprised. Yi Qi explained it to him. It turned out that there was a strange, holy mountain in the bloodthirsty battlefield, and there was a stone wall on the cliff platform at the top of the mountain. Every 3 years, dense and obscure carvings of the Great Way would appear on the stone wall of the cliff platform at the top of the mountain. These carvings of the Great Way were extremely magical. Anyone who observed and comprehended them could make his cultivation progress bravely and steadily. Moreover, these carvings of the Great Way had an immeasurable help to break through the realm, which could be called magical. Therefore, this mountain was also called Taoist Mountain. But the strange thing was that these markings of the Grand Tao would only appear once every 3 years, and only one person was able to ascend the cliff every single time to comprehend the markings of the Grand Tao that had appeared on the stone wall. The three camps, the Empire, the Voodoo Barbarian camp, and the alliance of 10,000 races, fought fiercely for the control of this mountain at the beginning. But in the end, no one could do anything to the other, so they made a rule that every 3 years, a debate would be held in front of Taoist Mountain. The rules of the debate were extremely simple and brutal. At the beginning, the three camps would send their strongest to fight one-on-one. The final winner could climb the mountain and observe the carvings of the Great Way on the stone wall. For the sake of fairness, the winner would lose the qualification for the next debate, and the winner would be chosen by the other two camps. Knowing this, Lin Sun couldn't help asking, "But the Empire has never gained any advantage in the debate?" Yi Qi said with some shame, "That's right." Yi Hongxue said straightforwardly, "In the first debate 16 years ago, the alliance of 10,000 races finally won. 13 years ago, the Voodoo Barbarian camp won. 10 years ago, our empire finally won once. But since then, the two camps have taken turns to win the Taoist mountain debates." Lin Sun was stunned and almost couldn't believe it. The empire only won once? Yi Qi nodded awkwardly and helplessly. But 2 years later, the Taoist mountain debate will be held again. This time, our empire will definitely win. Yi Qi took a deep breath and said resolutely, "Yes, we will definitely win. If nothing goes wrong, Senior Li Duxing will definitely step into the 9th retribution of longevity within 2 years." Yi Hongxue's eyes were filled with a trace of fanaticism and admiration in his voice. The others' eyes were also filled with admiration, more or less. Li Duxing, an image of a young man in black with pale skin and reticent, emerged in Lin Sun's mind all of a sudden. In the bloodthirsty camp, Li Duxing left a very deep impression on Lin Sun. He was eccentric, reticent, and his expression was like ice that would never melt for thousands of years. He was a man with a sword, and all he did was cultivate. However, Lin Sun knew that although Li Duxing looked cold, he was passionate inside. Because he had drunk with Li Duxing. Li Duxing was a chatterbox when he was drunk. He could be compared with a chatterbox woman. Only a few people, including Lin Sun, Shi Yu, and Ning Meng, knew this secret. If Lin Sun remembered correctly, Li Duxing went to the Heiyao Shrine to cultivate after leaving the bloodthirsty camp. Because he had an extremely rare talent, the Pond of Spiritual Power, which could evolve the vision of Sword of Darkness. Li Duxing, he is also here. Lin Sun was in a trance. He hadn't seen that eccentric guy for many years. Yi Qi said with a smile, "In addition to Li Duxing, Shi Yu, Ning Meng, and Gong Ming are also here. If they know you are here, they will definitely shout excitedly." In the past, Lin had made many friends in the Empire, but only a few people, such as Shi Yu, Ning Meng, Yi Qi, and Gong Ming, could be regarded as life-and-death friends who had gone through thick and thin with him. They all came from the bloodthirsty camp and experienced many things together in the forbidden city of the Empire. However, they hadn't seen each other for many years since Lin Sun went to the ancient Desolation Realm. Lin Sun originally thought that Shi Yu and Ning Meng also went to the ancient Desolation Realm, but now he knew that they all came to the bloodthirsty battlefield. Look, that's the misty cloud mountain, the camp of our empire. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Chi pointed to the front and said with relief. He felt relaxed. Lin Sun raised his eyes and saw a majestic mountain surrounded by purple chi on the distant horizon. It stood between heaven and earth like the backbone of the sky, which was spectacular. Compared with the other mountains nearby, it suddenly seemed very inconspicuous. The misty cloud mountain, with Lin's eyesight, the mountain shrouded in auspicious purple chi, was simply a sacred place, divine and unearthly. There were many famous mountains and blessed lands in the upper 9 regions of the absolute top domain, but they were obviously inferior to the misty cloud mountain. The bloodthirsty battlefield was really extraordinary. Lin Sun sighed with emotion in his heart. However, when they arrived at the misty cloud mountain, they heard the bad news at the first time. Li Duxing was ambushed and was seriously injured. Chapter 1442. Cloud White Mountain. Green pines, green cypresses, waterfalls, and flowing springs. Purple spiritual chi poured down from the cliff like a purple dragon hanging upside down. This was a first-class blessed land, like a sacred residence. But at this time, Cloud White Mountain was shrouded in a shadow. Li Duxing returned seriously injured and fell into a coma as soon as he arrived at the camp. He was second to none in the camp of the Empire and had reached the 8th retribution of longevity. He was destined to enter the 9th retribution of longevity in 2 years. If there was no accident, Li Duxing would go to the Taoist mountain as the last man of the Empire in 2 years. But the accident happened today. This is a conspiracy. It must be the evil plan of the alliance of 10,000 races. Everyone knows that Li Duxing is the key figure on our side in the Taoist mountain 2 years later. Angry voices were everywhere on Cloud White Mountain. When Lin Sun and Yi Chi returned, they saw such a scene. Li Duxing was injured. Lin couldn't help frowning. Yi Chi said angrily, "Needless to say, it must be the alliance of 10,000 races. Weren't we ambushed by the Feather Spirit clan on our way back?" Yi Hongxue and the others nodded. Lin said, "It's useless to talk about it now. Let's go and see Li Duxing first." Okay, Yi Chi nodded. On the mountainside of Cloud White Mountain, there were rows of buildings made of huge hard rocks. In front of one of the palaces, there were many young men and women, but their chi was more powerful than the other. The weakest one was in the 2nd retribution of longevity. In the Empire, this was a terrible force that could deter the world, but it was very common in the bloodthirsty battlefield. "Brother Qin, how is Li Duxing? Has he woken up? Brother Qin, did he tell us who the murderer is?" There was a lot of noise. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. Some were angry, some were gloomy, and some were worried and anxious. But at this time, many people looked at one person at the same time. That person stood at the front of the hall. He wore a golden robe, a tall hat, and a wide belt. He had a handsome appearance, and he was steady and composed. There were a few men accompanying him by his side, causing him to seem like a crane amongst chickens. He was Qin Feiyu, in the Azure Cloud Mountain Empire's camp. Not only were they extremely powerful, but they were also highly respected. Qin Feiyu said loudly, "Don't worry. I'll inform you as soon as I have any news." "Can we go in and see fellow Taoist Li?" someone asked. Qin Feiyu shook his head and said seriously, "At this critical moment, Li Duxing needs to heal and recover, not to visit him. You'd better go back." "If Zhao Jinglin and the others can enter, why can't we?" Someone snorted coldly. Qin Feiyu looked up and found it was Ning Meng, the grandson of Blood King Ning Bugue. He frowned and said unhappily, "They are here to heal Li Duxing. You'd better not make trouble." Ning Meng flew into a rage. "You say I'm making trouble? I suspect that you're making trouble for me." Everyone knows that Li Duxing hates you the most. But now, you're controlling this place and hypocritically saying that you're going to heal him. This is clearly a case of a weasel paying respects to a chicken. You're up to no good. The crowd became restless. Many people smiled bitterly. Ning Ming was the most hot-tempered and overbearing. He was not on the same side as Qin Feiyu. Over the past 10 years, they had fought openly and secretly for many times. Everyone knew that Ning Ming and Qin Feiyu disliked each other. Ning Ming, don't make trouble at this critical moment. Qin Feiyu's face darkened and his eyes became cold. He said, I'll tolerate you at other times. But if you dare to make trouble at this moment, don't blame me for being rude. Ning Ming suddenly stood out. His majestic figure was like a hill, giving people an oppressive feeling. He said coldly, Rude? Come on, I'd like to see how you'll be rude. I'm not afraid to tell you that whoever dares to stop me today will be my enemy. As he said, he strode forward. Qin Feiyu's face darkened. He waved his hand and said, You guys come together and drive this rude guy away. Beside him, a group of men and women stood out with unkind expressions. Group attack? You really think highly of your grandpa, Ning. But these guys are not enough. Ning Ming was disdainful, and his power became more and more oppressive. What if I join you? Qin Feiyu said coldly. Neither can you. Ning Ming said without hesitation. Umph. Others may be afraid of you, Ning Ming, but I'm not. Get out of here. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the hall like a bloody thunder. With a roar, he rushed out with a terrible breath of destruction and slapped Ning Ming with his palm. It was a red-robed young man with a violent breath and a fierce look. He was extremely domineering and took action directly. There was an exclamation in the hall, and the crowd dispersed. The seventh prince, Zhao Jingfeng. Ning Ming narrowed his eyes and showed a dignified look. He waved his palm to resist the attack without hesitation. Boom! In a terrible collision sound, Ning Ming stepped back a few steps. His face turned blue and white, which made him look very ugly. At the same time, Zhao Jingfeng in a red robe landed on the ground and said with a grim look, Get out of here, or do you want me to continue? There was a silence in the hall. Many people showed fear. Zhao Jingfeng was the most ferocious among the princes of the empire. His combat capability was also extremely swift and fierce, and he was the coldest. Get out of here. You don't know what's good for you. You want the seventh prince to do it himself. Aren't you asking to be humiliated? Qin Feiyu and others sneered with mockery on their faces. Ning Ming's face was gloomy. He said angrily, I've said that whoever doesn't let me in today is my enemy. He took a deep breath, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. Indeed, he knew that he was no match for Zhao Jingfeng, but he had to come. The reason was simple. Li Duxing was his brother. Shi Yu, Gong Ming, and Yi Qi hadn't come back yet. He was the only one left on the Cloud Mountain. At this moment, he couldn't flinch. I told you to get out of here, but you don't accept it. Kneel here and repent. Zhao Jingfeng's eyes flashed fiercely, and his whole body emitted a violent breath like an angry, ancient, fierce beast. Boom! As he spoke, he rushed out without hesitation. Blood-colored thunderbolts were rolling around him, and his power was terrible. He slapped Ning Ming again. That palm strike was powerful and overbearing, and it flowed with the laws. It was extremely ferocious and world-shocking. It was like a blood-colored bolt of lightning had struck down, and it was a horrifying sight. Some people couldn't help but dodge. They were worried that they would be affected by the horrible oppression. Some people couldn't bear it and sighed in their hearts. Why did he do that? Was the seventh prince someone anyone could provoke? Qin Feiyu and others were sneering. Ning Ming was indeed a brainless boar. How dare he fight against the seventh prince? He was absolutely reckless. At the same time, Ning Ming also felt great pressure, but he didn't flinch. Instead, an unprecedented determination appeared on his face. He couldn't retreat, because he didn't trust Qin Feiyu and others, and he didn't believe that they would be kind enough to heal Li Duxing. He even suspected that Qin Feiyu and others had ulterior motives to harm Li Duxing, who was seriously injured and in a coma. As a brother, how could he retreat at this moment? Boom! The void was rolling violently, producing a deafening roar. Zhao Jingfeng's palm had arrived. When Ning Meng gathered all his strength and was about to launch an attack, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Crack! Then an incomparably crisp slap rang out. Everyone heard it loud and clear. Immediately, people saw that the fierce and violent Zhao Jingfeng was directly slapped away. He rolled on the ground like a gourd and fell in front of the steps in front of the hall. The impact made the steps crack. It could be imagined how powerful the slap was. Zhao Jingshuan's mouth and nose were bleeding, his cheeks were red and swollen, and his hair was disheveled. He was in a mess. There was a dead silence. People nearby changed their expressions. Who was so bold to slap the seventh prince? And the strength was so great. The mocking smile on Qin Feiyu and others' faces froze. They couldn't believe it. Therefore, all eyes turned to the uninvited guest at the same time. That was a young man dressed in moon-white clothes. He stood in front of Ning Meng with a tall figure. Who was this? Many people were stunned because it was the first time for them to see such a strange face in the camp in more than 10 years. Some people felt familiar and soon recognized the identity of the newcomer. But they couldn't believe it and opened their eyes wide. Ning Meng was also stunned. Looking at the back of the person in front of him, he blurted out, "Dude, you can't get involved in this. You'd better leave now." "Idiot, look who he is." Yi Qi came out of nowhere and patted Ning Meng on the shoulder. Ning Meng was stunned. At this time, Lin Sun turned around and said with a smile, "If I leave, who will help you?" Motherf asterisk Ker. Motherf asterisk Ker. Suddenly, Ning Meng's eyes almost fell out. He was so excited that he screamed, "It's you! How could it be possible? Why did you suddenly appear?" The surprise came so unexpectedly that he almost jumped up. "You still talk as much as before." Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. At this time, Qin Feiyu and others were surprised and doubtful. They didn't know Lin Sun, but they could see that Lin Sun and Ning Meng had a good relationship. Zhao Jingfeng, who got up from the ground, had a terrible livid face. His eyes were burning with the flames of violence and anger. "How dare you sneak attack me? I'll kill you." He gritted his teeth and let out a roar. Then he rushed out again and ran all the combat power belonging to the seventh retribution of Longevity Realm. At first glance, he was like a blood-red thunder with a shocking, destructive aura. Everyone knew that the seventh prince was furious. At this time, he was a most terrible. Watch out. At this time, Lin Sun's back was facing Zhao Jingfeng, which made Ning Meng's heart suddenly tighten. He was about to warn Ning Meng, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by a crisp slap. Chapter 1443. Crack! The slap was so loud that it made the people around tremble and feel the pain. The ferocious Zhao Jingfeng was once again sent flying by a slap. This time, he was smashed on the stone pillar of the palace. His head was swollen like a pig's head, and blood was flowing out of his mouth and nose. It was a horrible sight. Hiss! Many people gasped in horror. The corners of Qin Feiyu's mouth twitched fiercely. They were all horrified. Zhao Jingfeng, the seventh prince, was an extremely ferocious man with the combat capability of the seventh retribution of Longevity Realm. In the camp of the Empire, he could rank in the top 5. But now he was slapped away twice in a row. The slap was so loud that it made people panic. The most terrible thing was that his opponent was calm and relaxed from beginning to end. It was obvious that he didn't use his real strength at all. This undoubtedly proved that the opponent was very strong, and not just an ordinary kind of strong. Even Ning Meng and Yi Qi felt dizzy because they knew how powerful Zhao Jingfeng, the seventh prince, was. But he was nothing in Lin Sun's hands. "Let's go. I'm afraid that Li Duxing will be plotted against." Ning Meng shouted suddenly. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and stopped thinking about it. He walked toward the hall. Before he arrived here, he had already covered this place with his spiritual awareness and saw everything that happened. Seeing Ning Meng's anxious look, Lin Sun knew something was wrong. "Get out!" Lin Sun glanced at Qin Feiyu and others who were still blocking in front of the hall and spat out a word. It was just a word, but it exploded in the hearts of Qin Feiyu and others. making their souls tremble and seeing stars. They were so uncomfortable that they almost coughed up blood. Almost instinctively, they staggered out of the way. When Qin Feiyu and others came to their senses, Lin Sun had already entered the hall with Ning Meng and Yi Qi. This made them angry, and scared. Their faces turned blue and white, and they felt terrible. Who on earth was this guy? Seeing this, other people nearby couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would be so powerful. Plop! Zhao Jingfeng, who had been smashed into the stone pillar, fell limply to the ground. He was obviously knocked unconscious, but he still gritted his teeth and said in a hoarse voice, "No matter who he is, I want to kill him. I must kill him." Silence reigned. Someone couldn't help but remind, "Your Highness, that man is very likely to be Lin Sun." Lin Sun? Qin Feiyu was stunned. "I said, no matter who he is, I must." Zhao Jingfeng roared with a ferocious face. But halfway through his words, he seemed to realize something and suddenly said, "You said he is Lin Sun? Is he the master of heart-cleansing peak of Lin family?" Many people nodded. Qin Feiyu and the others also came to themselves, and their expressions changed. "That's impossible. Didn't he go to the ancient Desolation Realm more than 10 years ago?" "Yes. Why did Lin Sun appear?" The others were also puzzled. It should be known that the passageway to the bloodthirsty battlefield had been closed for more than 10 years, and no one had been able to enter. How did Lin Sun come here? "So it's him. Damn it." Zhao Jingfeng's voice was low and full of resentment, as if it was squeezed out from his chest. Being slapped so miserably by Lin Sun under the watchful eyes of the public was absolutely a great shame, which made him feel so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to hide himself in. Shit! Suddenly, Zhao Jingfeng's face changed. He thought of something and roared, "Hurry up! Stop them! We can't let them ruin my second brother's plan." Qin Feiyu and the others were all confused. Wasn't the second prince, Zhao Jinglin, healing Li Duxing? Although they were confused, they didn't dare to refuse and rushed into the hall. The others present looked at each other and vaguely felt that something was wrong. In a closed room deep in the hall, Li Duxing fainted and lay motionless on the bed. His pale face turned red. Buzz! In front of the bed, 13 strange dark green bells were floating in the air, each of them emitting a heart-palpitating green halo. Zhao Jinglin was dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe. Under the illumination of the emerald green halo, his fair and handsome face was suffused with a touch of strange green. He looked calm. Looking at Li Duxing on the bed, he said, "Don't worry. I will help you recover. Besides, I won't hurt your cultivation. I promise you can participate in the contest in Daoist Mountain 2 years later." As he spoke, he made a gesture with his palm. Clatter, the 13 turquoise bells suddenly swayed, sprinkling green clouds like waves, which covered Li Duxing on the bed like a torrent. Boom! But at the same time, the closed door suddenly burst, and Lin Sun's figure showed up. When he saw this scene, his face changed slightly. "We'll let you in. Get out!" Zhao Jinglin shouted, and his face suddenly became gloomy. While speaking, he didn't stop what he was doing. Lin Sun snorted and waved his sleeves. A gust of Taoist light swept out like a gust of wind. The 13 green bells floating in the air suddenly made a loud noise and were on the verge of falling. "You're courting death." Zhao Jinglin's face suddenly became gloomy, and he slapped Lin Sun with his palm. "Kneel down first." Lin Sun stepped forward, and without dodging, he also pressed his palm. There was no collision at all. Like a candle in the wind, Zhao Jinglin's palm went out in an instant, and he was slapped to the ground by Lin Sun's palm. Bang! Zhao Jinglin knelt on the ground, which made the house shake violently. In an instant, his eyes turned red with anger. "Who are you? How dare you break into this place to commit murder? Aren't you afraid of death?" Lin Sun ignored him directly. He raised his hand and grabbed the 13 green bells. After looking at them for a while, a cold and gloomy spirit came to his face, which made Lin Sun's eyes narrow. What kind of treasure was this? How could its power be so weird? Boom! While thinking, Lin Sun's body glowed, and he raised his hand to suppress the green bells. Then he looked at Zhao Jinglin on the ground. "Tell me, what are you doing? Idiot, are you blind? Can't you see that I'm healing Li Duxing?" Zhao Jinglin roared angrily, as if he was wronged. Lin Sun sneered, and his eyes were deep. He said, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. In that case, don't blame me." Zhao Jinglin's face changed, and he seemed to realize that something was wrong. He struggled to get up and shouted, "What do you want to do? This is the core of the empire. I'm the second prince, Zhao Jinglin." In the middle of his words, his voice was interrupted by Lin Sun's terrible palm. "How dare you?" Zhao Jinglin seemed to have gone completely mad. A scarlet red eye suddenly flashed out from between his brows, and it was like the eye of a primeval demon god. It surged with a strange and scarlet red divine glow, and the phenomenon of ghosts wailing and gods howling and the sun sinking and moon being destroyed was faintly reflected within the scarlet red eye. In an instant, Lin Sun, with his current spiritual power, felt a palpitation and a cold and terrible threat. "Master, this is the blood pupil of the evil centipede. It's extremely evil. Let me deal with it." Almost at the same time, Little Silver rushed out. Swish! A nearly invisible sword edge swept out of Little Silver's palm and flashed in the void. With a puff, the silver light burst out. The strange scarlet eye was directly pierced by the sword chi, and a string of black and smelly blood flowed out. Zhao Jinglin, as if he had suffered a backfire, suddenly let out a painful roar. His body cracked inch by inch, his skin and bones peeled off, and his flesh and blood fell down. In an instant, a living man, a strong practitioner in the longevity tribulation realm, turned into a pool of blood on the ground. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed, and he was shocked by this strange scene. "Where are you going?" At this time, Little Silver rushed forward with a cold and handsome look, wielding his sword to kill. "Humph!" The pierced scarlet eye let out a cold snort. It seemed to be extremely angry and turned around to escape. But no matter how fast it was, it couldn't be faster than Little Silver's sword. In an instant, the scarlet eye was cut into two and exploded in the void. However, the strange thing was that although the scarlet pupil had been destroyed, a cold and ethereal voice rang out. "Some eyes won't disappear. No matter where you are and what you are doing, I can see it. You will die sooner or later." The voice gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared completely. "Master, this is the means of the evil demonic spirit tribe. This tribe is best at occupying and controlling the mind of others with the skill of soul. Those controlled by them are called servants of evil demonic spirit, but in fact their lives have been taken away." Little Silver's expression was solemn as he frowned. It's very obvious that Zhao Jinglin's mind and body have long since been occupied by an expert of the evil demonic spirit clan, and he's been reduced to a servant of the evil demonic spirit. In a situation like this, it would be very difficult for even a saint to discover unless they carefully probed. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, Lin Sun's expression was uncertain, and he asked, "What are these bells used for?" Little Silver glanced at them and said directly, "Soul Catcher. These are soul-planting bells, which can occupy the mind of others silently, control them, and turn them into servants of evil demonic spirit." A chill ran down Lin Sun's spine, and he secretly rejoiced that if he came a little later, Li Duxing, who was in a coma on the bed, would have been killed. Damn it. So, the second prince is no longer the second prince? I just felt that something was wrong. It turns out that something is really King wrong. Seeing all this, Ning Ming gnashed his teeth in anger. "Do you know the evil demonic spirit tribe?" Lin Sun asked. Ning Ming shook his head. "I've never heard of it before, but I feel that it must be the people of the alliance of 10,000 races. There are many strong people in the alliance, and there are all kinds of ghosts." Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and thought that the Taoist mountain contest in 2 years would be held between the Empire and the alliance of 10,000 races. Now, not only the second prince, Zhao Jinglin, but also Li Duxing would be killed. There was no doubt that if these things really happened, the alliance of 10,000 races would be the biggest beneficiary. At this time, Qin Feiyu and a group of people rushed over. When they saw the scene in the room, they couldn't help being stunned, especially when they saw the pool of blood on the ground. Qin Feiyu and others immediately changed their faces and shouted angrily, "You killed the second prince?" Chapter 1444. Seeing that Qin Feiyu and others were so angry as if their parents had died, Ning Ming couldn't help laughing out of extreme anger. Idiot, he died by himself. Hearing this, Qin Feiyu felt that his intelligence was insulted. He said with a livid face, "Died by himself? A strong practitioner in the 7th retribution of longevity would die by himself? Do you really think I'm an idiot?" Then he stared at Lin Sun, Ning Ming, Yi Qi, and others angrily and said, "The second prince was kind enough to cure Li Duxing, but you despicably killed him. You are so evil and unforgivable." Outside the hall, many experts of the Empire were surprised and bewildered, and they heard the furious roars from within clearly, causing them to be extremely astounded in their hearts. The second prince, Zhao Jinglin, was killed by Lin Sun? That was too fierce. Especially the 7th prince, Zhao Jingfeng, whose eyes widened and body trembled. That guy even killed his second brother? For the Empire, the status of the princes was extremely respected. Even though their strength might not be as good as other strong practitioners, their status alone was enough to make others respect them. But now, Lin Sun not only slapped Zhao Jingfeng twice, but also killed the second prince, Zhao Jinglin. "Why are you still standing there? Go and kill the thug," Zhao Jingfeng roared. Seeing this, the other strong practitioners looked uncertain. When they were about to take action, a cold snort sounded. "Stay where you are." That voice was like a thunderclap of the Grand Tao, and it caused everyone present to tremble. In the void, a slender and beautiful woman in a black crane cloak came through the void. Bloodthirsty Queen Zhao Xingye. All the people present showed awe and respect. They all clearly remembered that more than 10 years ago, in the bloodthirsty battlefield, bloodthirsty Queen Zhao Xingye, under the protection of a group of big shots, passed the great tribulation of sanctification and became a real sage. In the past 10 years, it was because of Zhao Xingye that the Empire was able to compete with the voodoo barbarians and the alliance of 10,000 races. "Aunt, you're finally back. Lin Sun killed my second brother. You must avenge him. You can't spare that bastard Lin Sun," Zhao Jingfeng yelled, his face filled with grief and indignation. Zhao Xingye glanced at him and said, "What a disgrace." Then he strode in the main hall, leaving behind a completely dumbfounded Zhao Jingfeng. The others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. Now that Zhao Xingye was here, things would definitely be solved. If Lin Sun was really so vicious, he would definitely be punished. At this moment, in the depths of the hall, Ning Ming was also angry. "Unforgivable? How dare you? If we hadn't arrived in time, Li Duxing would have been killed by this guy." Qin Feiyu looked gloomy. "How dare you quibble? Let's see what you can say when Prince Zhao Xingye comes back. Let me tell you, the second prince is dead. Just wait for your punishment." Ignorant. Lin Sun didn't bother to explain. Qin Feiyu widened his eyes and pointed at himself. "You're a murderer. How dare you say that I'm ignorant?" Very ignorant indeed. This time, it was not Lin Sun who spoke, but Zhao Xingye who walked into the hall. As soon as he arrived, he became the focus of attention. However, Qin Feiyu looked very aggrieved and shocked. Why did Prince Zhao Xingye say so? Didn't she see that the second prince, Zhao Jinglin, was killed? When he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Zhao Xingye. "You all go out. I have something to ask Lin Sun." Ning Ming and Yi Qi naturally had no objection. They cupped their hands and turned to leave. Qin Feiyu and the others were stunned and vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, when they saw Zhao Xingye's cold eyes, they only felt cold all over and did not dare to say anything more. They left with a bellyful of surprise and anger. For a moment, there were only Zhao Xingye, Lin Sun, and Li Duxing in a coma in the room. "I've just come back. I didn't expect such a thing to happen." Zhao Xingye sighed softly. Her waterfall-like black hair was tied up in a bun, revealing a white and slender gooseneck. Her red lips were full, her nose was high, her eyes were big and full of spirit, and her eyebrows were as straight as ink. The outline of her face was so exquisite that it was breathtaking. But if you looked carefully, you would find that there were all kinds of terrible visions surging in her charming eyes, which seemed to be able to devour and tear people's souls into pieces. It was extremely frightening. In the past, Lin Sun knew that Zhao Xingye was extremely terrible. Now Lin Sun was already at the top of the 8th retribution of longevity. But when facing Zhao Xingye, he still felt a kind of unfathomable and lofty aura. This made him realize that Zhao Xingye had become a true sage. A mere practitioner of the 9th retribution of longevity couldn't sit in the camp of the empire, nor could he bring a sense of oppression to Lin Sun. Lin Sun said, "I didn't kill him." "I know." Zhao Xingye glanced at Lin Sun and said, "I went out to investigate the cause of Li Duxing's injury. Do you know what I found?" Lin Sun said, "Please give me some advice." The one who seriously injured Li Duxing was probably a master of the Dark Barbarian branch in the Voodoo Barbarian camp, who used a secret method to paralyze and corrode the soul. Zhao Xingye said, "This secret method is not very powerful, but it can make people fall into a coma and lose consciousness for a period of time. It's not done by the alliance of 10,000 races?" Lin Sun was surprised. "You also realize that something is wrong?" Zhao Xingye's eyes were terrifyingly cold. This can only prove that the two camps have reached some kind of consensus in secret, or have very likely started to cooperate. The second prince was turned into the servant of evil demon by the alliance of 10,000 races, and Li Duxing was seriously injured by the Voodoo Barbarian camp. Now, the second prince is going to further occupy and control Li Duxing's mind under the guise of healing Li Duxing and turn him into the servant of evil demon. Lin Sun murmured, "It seems that the two camps have indeed colluded with each other. So, the situation of our empire is likely to get worse and worse in the future." Zhao Xingye said, "I can't change this kind of thing. It can only depend on you young disciples to compete and fight with each other." Lin Sun understood what Zhao Xingye meant. Each of the three camps had a figure of the Saint Realm, which restrained each other. No one dared to act rashly unless there was a life-and-death crisis. If Zhao Xingye desperately fought against the enemy because of the second prince's death and Li Duxing's serious injury, the empire's camp could not bear the consequences. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. "It seems that the situation of the empire's camp is worse than I expected." Zhao Xingye laughed at this time. "Fortunately, you are here. When the emperor left more than 10 years ago, he said that you would definitely come back." Lin Sun was stunned and then smiled bitterly. "Senior, don't you overestimate me?" Zhao Xingye snorted. "If you can't even solve this little trouble, how can you go to the mulberry forest? Or you don't want to contribute to the empire?" Just when Lin Sun was about to say something, he was interrupted by Zhao Xingye, who pointed to Li Duxing on the bed. "He is your friend. Now he is set up and seriously injured. Can you really sit back and do nothing?" "But no buts." Zhao Xingye interrupted Lin Sun again, with an intoxicating smile on her charming face. "The second prince is in trouble. You really don't want to be regarded as a murderer, do you?" Her voice was soft and hoarse, with an indescribable flirtatious charm. But Lin Sun broke into a cold sweat and said with a bitter smile, "I didn't say that I won't help." Zhao Xingye sighed faintly. "Are you in a dilemma? You don't understand how unhappy I am. The empire is now bullied by the Voodoo Barbarians and the aliens of the alliance of 10,000 races. It's so annoying." Immediately, she changed the topic and said with a lonely look, "If you really don't want to help, I won't force you. Everyone has his own ambition, and you can't force him." Lin Sun felt uncomfortable all over and immediately said happily, "Senior, don't worry. I won't stand back and do nothing." Zhao Xingye stretched out a slender hand, patted Lin Sun on the shoulder, and said with relief, "Not only will you not stand back and do nothing, but you will also fight for the prestige of our empire. It's better to kill all the bastards of the two camps." At the end of his words, there was a trace of cruelty in his voice, which made Lin Sun realize that Zhao Xingye was indeed suppressing a ball of fire in her heart. It could be imagined how bad the performance of the Empire's camp was in these years, which could make a sage so angry. 2 years later, the Taoist Mountain Contest will be held again. At that time, we in the alliance of 10,000 races will each select 10 disciples to participate in the contest. You will also participate. Zhao Xingye said, "In the past, our empire lost more than we won in the Taoist Mountain Contest. Every time we lost some of the best over matches. This time, I hope you can change the situation." Okay, since Lin Sun promised, he couldn't refuse. Whether it was to avenge Li Duxing or to fight for the empire, he couldn't refuse. Zhao Xingye looked at Lin Sun with a smile, full of expectation, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. He said, "Well, as long as you win beautifully, I will personally send you to the mulberry forest. As for Li Duxing, I will help you cure his injury." Hearing this, Lin Sun was completely relieved. On this day, Lin Sun arrived at the Cloud Mountain, slapped the 7th prince, Zhao Jingfeng, and revealed the 2nd prince, Zhao Jinglin's identity as the servant of the evil demon, which caused an uproar and shock. The most stunning thing was that His Highness Zhao Xingye, the leader of the Empire's camp, personally held a grand banquet to welcome Lin Sun. This made everyone realize that Lin Sun's position in Zhao Xingye's heart was far more important than they imagined. As for Qin Feiyu and the others, they all looked gloomy and depressed. They all realized that it was impossible for them to compete with Ningmeng, Yi Qi, and the others openly and covertly as before. It was not only because the 2nd prince, Zhao Jinglin, the leader of their force, was dead, but most importantly, Lin Sun came. He alone was enough to make them unable to breathe. Even Zhao Jingfeng, the 7th prince, couldn't withstand 2 slaps from Lin Sun. Chapter 1445. Cheers! Shouts rang out in the night, and then glasses collided with each other. The amber wine rippled and emitted a strong aroma. In a brightly lit palace on Cloud Mountain, Lin Sun, Ningmeng, Shiyu, Yi Qi, Gongming, and other friends who had made deep friendships since they were young gathered together. The ground was already piled with empty wine jars. In the main hall, everyone's eyes were dazzled and their ears were hot, and they chatted happily. It was the 4th day since Lin Sun came to Cloud Mountain. During the conversation, Lin Sun also learned that Shiyu and Ningmeng had gone to the ancient Desolation Realm, but they were stopped by a decree of the Emperor. Not only them, but also some elite disciples of the Imperial Forces, Green Deer School, Bloodthirsty Camp, and the army failed to go to the ancient Desolation Realm. Instead, they were sent to the Bloodthirsty battlefield. We left in a hurry at that time, and it was a secret of the Empire, so we didn't tell you in advance. Shiyu sighed with emotion, but I didn't expect that after more than 10 years, we brothers finally reunited here. It's really sad. It reminds me of a poem. Stop. I don't want to hear you recite poems. Drink, drink. Ningmeng shouted. Shiyu rolled his eyes and said grumpily, "Vulgar." The others all laughed. It's a pity that Li Duxing hasn't woken up yet, Gong Ming sighed. His words made the atmosphere in the hall a little heavy. Damn it, if I know who did it, I'll kill him. Ningmeng gnashed his teeth. The others were also full of killing intent. Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said, "We must avenge him." Late at night, Lin Sun stood in front of a stone house on the side of the mountaintop. This was his residence, from which he could overlook the mountains in the far distance. The night was dark. Cloud Mountain was flowing with auspicious purple clouds, isolating the night. What on earth is hidden in the night? Lin Sun frowned. When he entered the bloodthirsty battlefield for the first time, there was a rule that he must return to the camp before dark. Otherwise, he would encounter great danger. This was an iron rule that no one dared to disobey. Now, after many years, Lin Sun came again, but he didn't expect that the rule of don't go out at dark was still maintained. Moreover, no one dared to cross the line. It was as if there was an unimaginable terror in the dark night. The bloodthirsty battlefield is an extremely mysterious place. There are many different opinions about its origin. So far, no one has been able to give a clear answer. It was unknown when bloodthirsty Queen Zhao Xingye had arrived. She stood beside Lin Sun, gazing at the night in the distance with her deep and bright eyes. For example, the bloodthirsty battlefield in the daytime is completely different from the bloodthirsty battlefield at night. They're like two different worlds. Zhao Xingye said, during the day, the bloodthirsty battlefield is like the world of the living. Nothing strange or dangerous will happen. At night, the bloodthirsty battlefield seems to have fallen into the netherworld. Strange and ominous things come one after another. Danger is unpredictable. I didn't understand it in the past, and now I don't understand it at all. Zhao Xingye sighed softly. It was obvious that she had been thinking about this problem as well. But one thing is certain. Even a saint can't act on his own at night, because there are terrifying dangers that can kill a saint in the darkness. Lin Sun couldn't help but ask, Senior, have you investigated it before? Zhao Xingye shook his head. The martial emperor and the monarch empress have investigated, and they immediately returned to the campsite within the time it takes to finish a cup of tea. Their expressions were solemn and filled with bewilderment. I never thought that they would lose their composure despite their strength. What did they see? Lin Sun was curious. Zhao Xingye was silent for a moment, and then said, The great emperor once said that the bloodthirsty battlefield at night has become completely different from the daytime. It's like a strange world, very much like the netherworld in the legendary netherworld. Her voice was low, drifting in the night. Lin Sun felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. When he looked at the night in the distance again, his eyes had become different. The netherworld? Did this kind of place that only existed in the illusory legends really exist? So, I advise you not to leave the camp at night, even if you have a lot of trump cards in your hands. I've seen many people who don't believe in heresy do this, both in the past and now, but there's only one result. When Zhao Xingye said this, there was a rare trace of fear in her eyes. What? Disappear? Zhao Xingye said, they disappear silently and never come back. Even if you look for them in the daytime, you can't find any trace, not even a trace of aura. You should know that with my means, even if it's one of the 4 people who have been erased, as long as there's a trace of aura left, I can catch it. Unfortunately, I've never found a person who got lost in the night. Not even one. Lin Sun asked again, as if he wanted to confirm. No. Zhao Xingye answered without hesitation. Lin Sun's eyes flashed, and he was shocked. When the night fell, would the bloodthirsty battlefield really become a strange world like hell? Lin Sun was still thinking about this problem when Zhao Xingye left, and he returned to his room. In the end, he shook his head and completely suppressed the curiosity in his heart. He didn't want to try it at the risk of his life. Of course, if there was a chance in the future, he wouldn't mind to investigate it. At the same time, in the heaven-accessing place, the mysterious woman sitting under the gate of heaven was also lost in thought, with the day and night as the boundary. Yin and yang coexist? She got up and seemed to do something. But right after that, her eyes focused and revealed an expression of surprise. She seemed to have sensed something and muttered, What a strange power. It's actually able to isolate my detection. Could it be that there really is another world in this darkness? Only the supreme power of the world's laws could stop her from probing. Interesting. I'd like to see what's hidden in the night. While thinking, the mysterious woman's figure suddenly turned into a light rain and disappeared in the heaven-accessing place. Lin Sun didn't notice it at all. After returning to his room, he began to concentrate on cultivation. Whoosh, along with his breathing, the surging tide of purple spiritual energy was like a great river, rumbling and converging towards the room he was in from all directions. The surging spiritual energy was so vigorous and pure that it was shocking. On his way to a misty cloud mountain, Lin Sun had tried to cultivate in some beautiful mountains, and he was surprised by the richness of the spiritual qi there. But in Misty Cloud Mountain, the spiritual qi was not only abundant, but also amazingly pure, which was far from being comparable to other places. It was a sacred, blessed land that was hard to find in the outside world. If I cultivate here, Then I wonder to what level my body refinement cultivation will be able to improve to before the Tao Observation Mountain competition begins 2 years from now. Chun, she muttered to himself. Lin Sun couldn't help shaking his head after thinking about it. The promotion of cultivation couldn't be fast or unstable, but the priority was to make progress steadily. Otherwise, it would be like a castle in the air, which would make the Taoist foundation unstable. From that day on, Lin Sun stayed on Cloud Mountain, devoting himself to the cultivation of body, refining, and living in seclusion. Occasionally, he would drink and chat with Ning Meng, Shi Yu, and Yi Qi. But most of his time and energy were spent on cultivation. Zhao Xingye didn't say anything about it. He even ordered to send 50 kilograms of divine crystals to Lin Sun every 7 days to supplement his cultivation. Many strong people of the empire felt it was unfair. They thought Zhao Xingye was partial and attached too much importance to Lin Sun. Divine crystals weren't cabbages that could be obtained easily. Even in the bloodthirsty battlefield, it was hard to get them. They were rare resources in cultivation, and their value was immeasurable. In the camp of the empire, every strong person was responsible for collecting divine crystals, and 20% of them needed to be handed over to the camp as strategic reserves. But Lin Sun was different. Since he entered the camp, he had been drinking in addition to cultivation. The divine crystals needed for cultivation were the strategic materials stored in the camp, which naturally made people feel unbalanced. We worked hard and risked our lives to collect divine crystals. Why should Lin Sun enjoy them? Since he entered the camp, he hasn't helped the camp. It's so annoying. These discussions happened more and more as time went by. The dissatisfaction in the hearts of the strong people of the empire accumulated little by little and became more and more. But what made them helpless was that Lin Sun almost stayed in the house on the top of the mountain and never went out, so they couldn't seize the opportunity to ridicule and criticize him. Naturally, they couldn't vent their dissatisfaction. Moreover, Zhao Xingye was well aware of this, but he never thought of changing the situation. This kind of lenient attitude towards Lin Sun made many people choke back their anger. Shi Yu and Ning Meng also knew these things, and they all sniggered secretly. Of course, they wouldn't be unhappy that Lin Sun took advantage of them. As time went by, 3 months had passed unknowingly. To the delight of the whole camp, Li Duxing woke up from a coma, and there was no sequelae in his body. What made people unhappy was that after Li Duxing woke up, he went to find Lin Sun. It was said that they drank until dawn that night, which was very enjoyable. Lin Sun is such a maggot. It's so hateful. We can't bear it anymore. We worked hard and risked our lives to collect the divine crystals, and we can't let this freeloader continue to enjoy them. On this day, someone finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to settle accounts with Lin Sun. Suddenly, the whole camp was in an uproar. Many strong people who had been dissatisfied with Lin Sun for a long time gathered together and went to the top of the mountain in a mighty manner. When Shi Yu and Ning Meng heard the news, they couldn't help frowning and sneering. These guys were obviously jealous of Lin Sun. When they learned the identity of the strong person who took the lead to settle accounts with Lin Sun, Shi Yu and others were a little surprised. "Why is it that guy?" Ning Meng even exclaimed. P.S. Please vote for those who support adding more chapters tonight. Chapter 1446. Song Wook. He was a genius from the Song family, a rising star in Green Deer School, and an outstanding cultivator who was regarded as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. In the current camp of the Empire, his combat power could be ranked in the top 5. Now, he was the one who took the lead to rush to the top of the mountain to settle scores with Lin Sun. When they heard the news, Shi Yu, Ning Meng, and the others couldn't sit still and hurried to the top of the mountain. They all knew very well that Song Wook was not only a veritable cultivation genius, but also a resolute and ruthless figure. His strength had long been beyond doubt. However, what puzzled Shi Yu and Ning Meng was that Song Wook had always kept a low profile and never got involved in any disputes. Why did he take the lead to make trouble for Lin Sun this time? Was it really because he felt it was unfair? Things might not be so simple. On the way to the top of the mountain, Shi Yu and the others saw many people who looked excited and eager to join in the fun. It didn't take long for them to reach the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was steaming with rosy clouds and purple mist, like the dwelling place of immortals. There were only 2 stone houses on the top of the mountain. One belonged to Princess Zhao Xingye, but she was not there now. The other belonged to Lin Sun, which was specially prepared by Princess Zhao Xingye for Lin Sun. This kind of special treatment was very easy to make people jealous, because everyone knew that Misty Cloud Mountain was the best sacred blessed land in the bloodthirsty battlefield, and the top of Misty Cloud Mountain was the most sacred blessed land. Even sages couldn't resist the temptation of cultivating here. But now, Lin Sun was enjoying this kind of treatment. This made people feel more and more unbalanced. Why? At this moment, Song Wuk was standing in front of the stone house where Lin Sun was. He was thin, his facial features were firm, and his back was as straight as a sword. His clothes were simple, but he exuded a fierce and terrifying aura. A group of strong practitioners of the empire gathered in the distance, and they couldn't hide their excitement. They had been patient for a long time. Now, someone had finally made things difficult for Lin Sun, the vermin, and it was a powerful figure like Song Wuk. This made them look forward to the imminent revenge. The 7th prince, Zhao Jingfeng, and Qin Feiyu were also in the crowd. However, Zhao Jingfeng was a little surprised, and he couldn't help but transmit his voice. How did you convince Song Wuk? I remember that this person doesn't like to stir up trouble and never gets involved in any disputes. He's only obsessed with cultivation. Qin Feiyu smiled confidently. I just told him that Lin Sun would replace Li Duxing in 2 years and participate in the Daoist Mount contest as the last one of our empire. And then he agreed? Zhao Jingfeng was stunned. Qin Feiyu nodded. Song Wuk lacks nothing but cultivation. Last year, when he learned that Li Duxing would participate in the contest on Daoist Mountain on behalf of the empire, he directly went to Li Duxing and had a duel with him. Now, he just changed his opponent to Lin Sun. Zhao Jingfeng was enlightened and praised. Song Wuk is a wonderful man, Qin Feiyu said with a smile. Only in this way can we see how capable Lin Sun is. Since he entered Cloud Mountain, he has hardly left his house and never contributed to the empire. However, he was favored by His Highness Zhao Xingye and given special care, which has already made people extremely dissatisfied. After a pause, he continued, Now, Song Wuk has come to us. If Lin Sun can withstand this challenge, we will have nothing to say. But if he can't, Zhao Jingfeng sneered, if he can't withstand it, Lin Sun will not only lose face, but also arouse public anger. You will be regarded as a vermin, and everyone will want to beat you. At that time, even my aunt can't protect you. Qin Feiyu said, The 7th prince is right. The most important thing is that Lin Sun will no longer be qualified to enjoy that special care in the future. Lin Sun, come out and accept the challenge. Many voices were shouting, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. Sure Yu and Ning Meng frowned, but they couldn't say anything. Song Wuk came to challenge openly, so no one could stop him. Remember those guys who fan the flames. Find a chance to deal with them in the future. Sure Yu transmitted his voice with a smile, but there was a trace of cruelty in his words. Of course, Ning Meng sneered. Jealousy can distort people. These guys dare to target Lin Sun. Obviously, they are blinded by jealousy. It didn't take long for the closed door of the stone house to be pushed open. Lin Sun, who had been in closed-door training for several months, appeared in front of everyone. He was still dressed in moon-white clothes, with a plain and otherworldly temperament. His eyes swept across the crowd and fell on Song Wuk. Since Lin Sun returned to the mortal world, he hadn't encountered such a thing for a long time. His first reaction was that Song Wuk, was he stupid? In this camp, the only one who could give him pressure was Zhao Xingye. In addition, he had already proved his strength by slapping the 7th prince, Zhao Jingfeng, twice on the first day he arrived. Lin Sun was very surprised that someone still stood up to challenge him at such a time. Either Song Wuk was stupid or he was being used. Thinking of this, Lin Sun felt bored and asked directly, Aren't you afraid of death? Song Wuk didn't have time to state his intention or even say a word when he heard such a question. He couldn't help but be stunned. The other strong people present were also stunned. This question was too straightforward, completely catching them off guard. Previously, they had planned to scold, attack, accuse, and reprimand Lin Sun, the vermin, in order to boost Song Wuk's momentum. But Lin Sun's 3 words directly caught them off guard. It felt as if a meticulously prepared banquet had been announced to end before it had even begun. It was too infuriating and unpleasant. "I'm afraid of death." Unexpectedly, after staring at Lin Sun for a moment, Song Wuk directly admitted that he was also afraid of death. This was too much of a blow to his prestige. The anticipation and excitement of being about to get their revenge were suddenly stifled in their chests, making them feel indescribably uncomfortable. Lin Sun was also stunned. He took another look at Song Wuk and said, "Why don't you leave if you're afraid of death?" "I'm leaving now." Song Wuk did not hesitate and answered very quickly. When he first met Lin Sun, he didn't feel any threat at all, just like the others. But when Lin Sun asked those 3 words, Song Wuk suddenly felt an indescribable sense of danger. It was as if he'd been stared at by a lethal threat, causing the skin on his entire body to tense up as if there was a blade on his back, and his mind even endured a form of indescribable pressure. He immediately judged that once he started fighting, he would definitely lose, so he gave up happily. However, his reaction made all the people present speechless. It was as if they had eaten a dead fly, and their faces suddenly became extremely ugly. Previously, they came in large numbers, rubbed their palms, and talked excitedly, as if they could get rid of Lin Sun today and vent their hatred. For this reason, they swarmed here to witness Lin Sun's defeat with their own eyes. They were even ready to trample on Lin Sun when he was defeated and spit on his face to let him know how miserable the fate of being a vermin was. But they didn't expect that after a few simple and direct words, Song Wuk directly gave up the fight. It was a strong start, but weak finish. It was a big thunder, but a small raindrop. Some strong practitioners almost coughed up blood. How could Song Wuk do this? As for Qin Feiyu and Zhao Jingfeng, their smiles froze on their faces. They were stunned and seemed to be in disbelief. There seemed to be 10,000 wild horses galloping in their hearts. How could he, Song Wuk, admit defeat like this? He was one of the top 5 in the camp in terms of combat strength. He was a tough figure who didn't even frown when he fought with Li Duxing. He was a rare cultivation genius. How could he admit defeat like this? Everyone was petrified and confused. Even Shi Yu and Ning Meng had a look of astonishment on their faces. Only Lin Sun praised Song Wuk in his heart. Song Wuk was a man who could make prompt decisions when he sensed that something was wrong. "Before I leave, I have one thing to do." Suddenly, Song Wuk opened his mouth and attracted everyone's attention. Many people were refreshed. Qin Feiyu looked relieved and said with a smile, "It should be like this. It should have been like this a long time ago." Clang! Song Wuk suddenly drew out his sword. The blade was like a clear pool of autumn water, shining with sharp and dazzling cold light in the sky. And the tip of the sword was pointed straight at Qin Feiyu. This sudden scene not only shocked everyone present, but also made them almost scream. Even Qin Feiyu was stiff, and his eyes almost fell out. He just said, "It should be like this," but a sword stabbed at him. It was so sudden that he was caught off guard. Bang! The blade rolled back at an incredible speed, broke through Qin Feiyu's defense and resistance, and hit him hard on the shoulder. With a dull sound, Qin Feiyu was sent flying. Like a kite with a broken string, he fell off the cliff and fell into the sea of clouds. After a long while, his cry of anger, confusion, and pain came out, shaking the sea of clouds and causing them to roll violently. The experts who were dumbfounded couldn't help but shiver. They were shocked by the strange scene. Probably no one had expected that a challenge to Lin Sun would end with Qin Feiyu being beaten. It was too incredible. With a clang, Song Wuk withdrew his sword. Without explaining, he cupped his hands to Lin Sun from a distance and said, "I'm sorry for my rudeness." Then he turned around and left. Everyone was still in a trance. Only Zhao Jingfeng knew that Song Wuk's sword was to express his dissatisfaction and warning to Qin Feiyu. "Everyone, Please go back." After saying this, Lin Sun turned around and returned to the stone house. From beginning to end, he didn't make a move, but everyone realized that something was wrong. Song Wook was by no means a person who liked to play tricks on people. The reason why he gave up the challenge was that he had noticed something and recognized something. For a moment, the depression and unwillingness in people's hearts turned into a kind of surprise and doubt, spreading all over their bodies. When they looked at Lin Sun's stone house again, many people showed complicated expressions. Everyone knew that no one dared to provoke Lin Sun in the future, and the special treatment this worm got was bound to continue. This result was undoubtedly very frustrating. From this day on, Lin Sun's life became peaceful again, and he spent every day in extremely fulfilling cultivation. Time flew by like a streak of light amidst this peaceful cultivation. P.S. Thank you, everyone, for your monthly tickets and support. Here's to you. Chapter 1447. No one knew the year in the mountains. Flowers bloomed and withered. Lin Sun had been in Cloud Mountain for a year. During the year, there were often fierce fights between the Empire, the Voodoo Barbarian Alliance, and the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Almost all of them were related to fighting for divinity crystals and magic medicines. In general, the situation of the Empire's strongmen became more and more pessimistic in this year. All the strongmen of the Empire who went out to practice had to go out in groups, and the range of activities was much smaller. The reason was that both the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the Alliance of 10,000 Races pointed their spears at the Empire. Although the two camps didn't join hands on the surface, everyone knew that they must have reached some kind of cooperation in secret. Buzz. On this day, on the top of Cloud Mountain, one after another brilliant divine rainbows rushed out of the stone house, where Lin Sun was practicing in seclusion. Each divine rainbow was full of magical jade luster, as if it were real, rushing into the sky, which was magnificent and spectacular. In the stone house, Lin Sun's qi and blood were steaming and roaring, evolving into Shang Qing, Yu Qing, Tai Qing, Ling Qing, Yuan Qing, Su Qing, and so on, which flowed endlessly and surrounded him. Looking carefully, every inch of his skin and pores was crystal clear, gushing with Taoist light. Between his bones, qi, and blood, there were clanging sounds of Taoism. Swish! When Lin Sun opened his eyes, a horrible and oppressive pressure spread out, making the void around him wail and collapse as if bowing down to him. I broke through. Lin Sun's heart was filled with joy. In the past year, his body refining cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds from the second tribulation of the longevity realm to the sixth tribulation of the longevity realm. He broke through 4 realms in 1 year. If this was spread out, it would shock the world and be called a miracle. But for Lin Sun, this kind of progress was normal. The bloodthirsty battlefield was a first-class cultivation paradise, and the place where he cultivated in seclusion was the peak of the Azure Cloud Mountain. The cultivation resources he enjoyed were endless divine origin crystals and elixirs, and the cultivation techniques he cultivated with a 9-clarity holy physique art and the divine elephant martial emperor's physique refinement technique. It would be abnormal if he was unable to make great progress in his body refinement cultivation. The most important thing was that Lin Sun had already passed every tribulation on the way to immortality, so there was no threshold or barrier to the cultivation of body refining. As long as he continued cultivating, his body refinement cultivation would be able to advance by leaps and bounds smoothly. Moreover, Lin Sun prioritized steadiness when he cultivated, and he didn't take any rash action, which made his body refining foundation extremely solid. Lin Sun was confident that he could improve his body refining cultivation to a higher level within a year if he only focused on improving his realm. But he didn't. Lin Sun was already very surprised and pleasantly surprised to be able to steadily advance his body tempering cultivation to the sixth tribulation realm within a year. In fact, other practitioners could also achieve this if they had the cultivation resources and talent that Lin possessed. The reason was very simple. Whether it was body refining, qi refining, or soul refining, They all reached the same goal by different means. As long as one achieved extremely high attainments in one way and took into account the cultivation of other ways, he could often achieve twice the result with half the effort. What really satisfied Lin Sun was that with the improvement of his body refining cultivation, his spiritual veins were also transforming little by little. As early as in the domain of extinction, he had noticed that the improvement of his body refining cultivation had a very close connection with his talent of devouring abyss. The stronger his body refining cultivation was, the stronger the strange fluctuation produced by the spiritual veins was, and his talent also produced a kind of magical transformation. Just like at this moment, as he ran his body refining cultivation, the spiritual veins were like a shining sun, dazzling, filled with strange, obscure fluctuations, with a sense of liveliness. When I broke through the 9th level of the heaven accessing place, I obtained a strand of destiny dark force, which could awaken the talent power and stimulate the brand of origin in the talent power. Thus, I could master a talent power that truly belongs to my bloodline. Lin Sun realized that with the improvement of his body refining cultivation, he was getting closer and closer to awakening his talent power. He was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of inconceivable power the devouring abyss inherent ability would possess after silently sensing his own body refining strength for a long time. Lin Sun stood up and walked out of the stone house. He had already realized that it was useless to improve his cultivation behind closed doors. If his body refining strength wanted to transform again, he must carry out real tempering. At that time, Du So once said that although his body refining strength was strong, it lacked real tempering and sublimation. Lin Sun would never forget this point. To hone his cultivation, fighting was undoubtedly the most effective way. Thinking of this, Lin Sun walked down the mountain. Divinity crystals are getting more and more difficult to collect. Some of the known good places have been monopolized by those barbarians and aliens of the myriad races. It's really hateful. On the side of the Voodoo Barbarian Alliance, there are Gemini of light and dark with superb combat power. In addition, there are 10 outstanding shaman kings of the longevity realm, each of whom is not weaker than Songwuk. The Gemini of light and dark is even more terrible. I'm afraid only Li Duxing can match them in the camp of our empire. As for the alliance of 10,000 races, the top 10 of the 10,000 races combat strength leaderboard are all top-notch, and any one of them would be considered a 1 in a million genius. Some are gifted beyond compare, some have unparalleled innate physique, and some have sky-high comprehension. On the side of the empire, only a few people, such as Li Duxing, Songwuk, and Shiryu, have the ability to fight against them. But relatively speaking, the real peak strength is far behind. In the camp of Misty Cloud Mountain, many people were talking about it. They looked more or less depressed and depressed. The bumpy and embarrassing situation of the empire made them all feel the same. The most intuitive manifestation was that the number of divinity crystals and magic medicines collected every day was sharply reduced. This had affected their cultivation. If this situation continued, the power of the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the alliance of myriad races would only become stronger and stronger, and the power of the empire would be further weakened. Recently, similar size almost shrouded the Misty Cloud Mountain, making it gloomy and gloomy. Hey, what day is it today? Why is the maggot willing to come out from the top of the mountain? Suddenly, someone noticed Lin Sun coming from the mountain and couldn't help being surprised. It's really him. Others were also stunned. In the past year, Lin Sun rarely showed up in public, especially in the last 6 months. He hadn't stepped out of the stone house where he lived. Those who didn't know Lin Sun might think that there was no such person on the Misty Cloud Mountain. Most of those who knew Lin Sun didn't feel ashamed to mention him. Even if they knew that this guy was not easy to deal with, they were still angry. The reason was very simple. In the years since Lin Sun entered the Misty Cloud Mountain, he had slapped Zhao Jingfeng violently, exposed Zhao Jinglin's identity as the servant of Evil Vine, and forced Songwuk to retreat with one sentence. At other times, Lin Sun had been like a maggot, enjoying the special care from Zhao Xingye. He had inexhaustible divinity crystals and magic medicines, but he had never contributed to the Empire camp. Not even once. This naturally made people feel very unfair. So what if his cultivation was strong? What was the difference between him and a maggot if he didn't serve the Empire camp? What made these strong people of the Empire most angry was that most of the divinity crystals Lin Sun enjoyed were collected by them at the risk of their lives. Nowadays, the situation of the Empire camp became more and more embarrassing, and the number of divinity crystals collected was getting less and less. But the number of divinity crystals Lin Sun enjoyed had never been sharply reduced. Who would feel balanced? Why? Therefore, when Lin Sun appeared at this time, those strong people of the Empire didn't have a good look on their faces. They snorted coldly, despised him, or directly turned their heads and ignored him. However, no one dared to sneer at him. The two slaps on Zhao Jingfeng's face were still vivid in people's minds. The scene of Song Wuke being forced to retreat was still clearly remembered. Everyone knew that Lin Sun was not easy to deal with, but it couldn't change the fact that people regarded him as a maggot. Seeing this, Lin Sun felt a little strange, because he didn't know that Shi Yu and Ning Meng had never mentioned to him that he was regarded as a maggot. That was to say, Lin Sun himself didn't know the special care he had enjoyed in the past year. Bah! When Lin Sun passed by a young man in a gray robe, the latter suddenly spat at him fiercely. Although he didn't say anything, his disdain was obvious. Lin Sun immediately stopped and said, "Did I provoke you?" The young man in a gray robe was stunned, and then said with a gloomy face, "Don't you know what you have done?" "What?" Lin Sun was surprised. Seeing Lin Sun's innocent and puzzled look, the young man in a gray robe trembled with anger. This maggot had enjoyed so much special care, but didn't he feel ashamed at all? Didn't he have a conscience? Damn it! The young man in a gray robe left angrily, as if he was ashamed to be associated with Lin Sun. He was worried that he would spit blood out of anger if he went on. Lin Sun was confused. He glanced at others and saw that they didn't want to see him, which made him more confused. What's going on? Finally, Lin Sun found Shi Yu, who was about to go out, and asked about it. Shi Yu said with a smile, "What else can it be? Jealousy." Ning Meng is right. Jealousy makes people twisted, and jealousy makes people disgusted. You don't have to pay attention to it. Just focus on your cultivation. What's going on? Even if you are jealous, you should give a reason, right? Lin Sun was puzzled. Shi Yu had no choice but to tell him the whole story. After understanding it, Lin Sun was speechless for a while and said angrily, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Shi Yu said with a cheeky smile, "How could we stop you from taking advantage of us? Don't pretend to be innocent after taking advantage of us. That will make you look shameless." Lin Sun grabbed him and said, "Let's go out and take a walk." Shi Yu was stunned. What for? To wash away the shame of being a maggot. Lin Sun said seriously. P.S. The second one is a little late. In addition, there are only 2 days left before the end of the month. If you don't vote now, it will be invalid. Chapter 1448. On this day, the strongmen who stayed on the Cloud Mountain all found that the vermin actually went out. It was like a miracle. For a whole year, the vermin ate and drank for free, enjoyed all kinds of care, and lived a happy life. Now he was willing to leave. Everyone was astonished and couldn't believe what they were seeing. What is the vermin going to do? For a time, this topic became the focus of people's discussion. After eating and drinking, he wants to move. Maybe he wants to go out for a walk and relax. Someone raised his eyebrows. That must be the case. Some people gnashed their teeth, and the more they thought about it, the more indignant they became. They all lived such a hard life, but the vermin enjoyed all kinds of benefits and still had the leisure to go out for a walk. Maybe he found his conscience and intends to work for the Empire. Someone whispered. Suddenly, he suffered a lot of fierce criticism. Conscience? Do you think that vermin has a conscience? Don't mention conscience to a shameless guy like him. He doesn't deserve it. Even if he really has a conscience, he has already been fed to the dogs. For a time, it seemed that Lin Sun would be condemned by word and pen. On the top of the mountain, Zhao Xingye, who was in closed-door training in the stone house, couldn't help laughing. It must be uncomfortable to bear the infamy of a vermin. I'd like to see how you will wash away the shame and how you will calm everyone's anger. Everything was within her expectation. Under such circumstances, Zhao Xingye didn't believe that Lin Sun could sit still, and Lin Sun's departure today proved that she guessed right. No one knew that the special care for Lin Sun this year was intentional. The reason was very simple. The greater the benefits, the greater the responsibility. Now, it was time for Lin Sun to contribute, and he was willing to do it. Zhao Xingye was very satisfied with this result. That is the Turtle Mountain, which is shaped like a giant tortoise, with rich mineral veins of primordial divine crystals. Just yesterday, it was occupied by the strong barbarians. In front of a towering mountain, Shiryu looked dignified and said, "It is said that there are 16 strong barbarians on this mountain, and each of them is not weaker than the 7th retribution of Longevity Realm." Lin Sun looked into the distance and said, "It is indeed a treasure mountain. Are you really going? Don't you need to call some people?" Shiryu couldn't help but say, "Although I'm very confident in your combat strength, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult with just the two of us." "Hey, I haven't finished speaking. Why are you leaving already?" Seeing Lin Sun walking towards the Turtle Mountain in the distance, Shiryu was stunned for a while, but he still followed Lin Sun in a hurry. "I say, the safest way is to call Ningmeng, Yi Qi, and the other guys here. With the strength of U.S. brothers, it will be a piece of cake to take down this mountain." Shiryu talked endlessly. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel helpless. "If you believe me, can you stop talking nonsense?" Shiryu said snappily, "Wasn't I worried about you? You actually despised me? Fine, I'll watch you try to be brave by yourself. Don't get beaten down by me." Although he said that, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. In the past year, Lin Sun had hardly made a move. Although he knew that Lin Sun had stepped onto the legendary peerless path of cultivation, he hadn't seen Lin Sun make a move after all. So how could Shiryu not be worried? In the distance, on the turtle hibernating mountain, a strong voodoo barbarian on sentry found Lin Sun and Shiryu immediately and couldn't help being stunned. "Just two people?" Immediately, he showed a grim smile and said, "Brothers, the bastards from the Empire are here to die." As soon as he finished speaking, figures rushed out one by one. They were all strong voodoo barbarians with a strong and terrifying aura. When they saw Lin Sun and Shiryu, they were also stunned. It seemed that they didn't expect that just two people dare to come here to die. It seems that the situation of the Empire is getting worse and worse. They even let these two guys come here to die. I feel a little sorry for them. Someone laughed. "Don't talk nonsense. Let's finish it quickly. The divine crystals on this mountain will be dug out soon. We have to leave here before it gets dark." The leading man in a beast robe gave an order in a deep voice. "I'll go and meet them." Immediately, a thin figure covered in flames from the fire barbarian lineage's 7th tribulation eminence rushed out. Like a flaming divine rainbow, he charged into the distance. "You follow them. Don't be careless." The leading man in a beast robe gave an order. Immediately, another 3 strong voodoo barbarians took the order and rushed to the distance. "They are coming." Shiryu's eyes narrowed, and his whole body was surging with fighting intent. At the same time, he said, "It's not shameful to run away if you can't beat them." The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched, and he felt helpless. Should he tell Shiryu that these guys were not good enough at all? In this case, Shiryu would think that he was blowing his own trumpet. "Just 2 of you." Boom! The void shook, and the strong fire barbarian broke through the air. His eyes were like flames and lightning, and he glanced at Lin Sun and Shiryu with disdain. Shiryu's face darkened. Being ignored like this, he couldn't help but get angry and was about to curse. But Lin Sun had already launched an attack. He didn't want to talk nonsense at all. Boom! With a simple punch, the surging vital energy transformed into a dazzling light that converged within his fist. It was simply like an ancient fiend god had lifted up a divine mountain and tossed it out, and it shook the heavens and the earth and threw space into disorder. Then, the strong fire barbarian, who had just arrived with a disdainful look, was blown up under Shiryu's astonished gaze. His body suddenly exploded like a piece of paper, which was more poignant and beautiful than the fireworks in the world. One punch killed a strong practitioner in the 7th retribution of longevity realm. Lin Sun stopped and frowned, so weak. It seemed that he couldn't believe it. Sure, you said in a daze. Indeed, very weak, but how? He didn't know what to say for a moment. His heart was in turmoil, and he only felt that the power of the punch just now was amazing. No, it's a master. Let's go together. Soon, the 3 strong voodoo barbarians arrived. Seeing the scene of the strong fire barbarian being blown up, they were so shocked that their bodies stiffened and their faces became solemn. Let me try again, Lin Sun said in a low voice. Okay, sure, you nodded. He took a deep breath and held his breath, as if he wanted to see clearly what would happen next. After all, the punch just now was so fast that he didn't have time to react. The strong fire barbarian had been blown up, which was incredible. Kill! The 3 strong voodoo barbarians rushed over. Boom! 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 In an instant, Lin Sun punched 3 times with pure body refining cultivation. What he used was the illusory battle seal, a body refining combat method in the 9 purity holy body scripture. Every punch was like the seal of the Great Way, which could break the 9th heaven, suppress yin and yang, and break the universe. It was extremely fierce and overbearing. After that, 3 bodies exploded in midair, and they were like 3 blood-colored fireworks that bloomed in the sky. It was sad, beautiful, and terrifying. Dead? Sure, you gasped. This time, he finally saw clearly that it was not that the opponents were too weak, but that Lin Sun's strength was too strong and terrible, with absolute crushing power. That feeling was like a tiger waving its claws and swatting a few flies to death. But sure, you knew that those were not flies, but powerful practitioners in the longevity realm. Any one of them was enough to make many strong practitioners in the camp of the Empire vigilant. This proved again that Lin Sun was very strong, extraordinarily strong. Too weak. Lin Sun sighed at this time, a little disappointed. He didn't go out to relax, but to sharpen his body refining cultivation and wash away the shame of being a vermin. But he never thought that the opponents were so weak. Is it these guys who made the camp of the Empire suffer setbacks? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Sure, you suddenly felt a kind of unspeakable shame and uneasiness, but he braced himself and said, in fact, they're not so weak. This was really too shocking, and sure you didn't know how to explain it. In the distance, there was a commotion. The beast-robed man and others who were still on the Turtle Mountain all found that something was wrong, and their faces changed greatly. We met a tough guy, but who is that guy? Why haven't I heard of him before? They felt cold in their hearts. He was able to kill their companions with a casual wave of his hand. His combat strength was too terrifying, and it caused them to realize the danger they were in. We can't deal with this kind of person at all. Retreat. The beast-robed man made a prompt decision. As soon as an expert made a move, he would know whether there was a real expert or not. He would not risk his life to test it. Those who could cultivate to this level were not fools, so they naturally knew who to provoke and who not to provoke. Retreat. Immediately, the beast-robed man and others chose to escape without hesitation. Whoosh. However, since Lin Sun was here, how could he watch them escape? In an instant, his figure disappeared out of thin air. Sure, you immediately attacked. His figure was extremely fast. He didn't want Lin Sun to fight alone. Boom. However, before he caught up with Lin, he saw a sudden fluctuation in the distance. The world shook and the clouds collapsed. A strong voodoo barbarian was killed, and his blood stained the void. Freak! Sure, you cursed in his heart as his lips twitched. He continued to chase another strong voodoo barbarian, but in the blink of an eye, the strong voodoo barbarian he locked on was also killed. His body burst into pieces like a rain of blood. Sure, you couldn't bear to see such a miserable scene. Boom! In the following time, strong voodoo barbarians were killed one after another, and their bodies burst in the void, which made Shiryu speechless for a while, and his face changed constantly. He suddenly found that he didn't even have a chance to intervene with his combat power, which was really shocking. But soon, Shiryu was refreshed. He found that Lin Sun finally met his opponent. It was the Beast Robe Man. Although this guy only had the cultivation of the 7th retribution of longevity, his combat power was extremely strong, which couldn't be compared by ordinary people. Finally, I met a decent one. Inexplicably, Shiryu felt a sense of relief in his heart. However, before he sighed with emotion, the Beast Robe Man's body was also blown up with a shrill scream. In the blood rain, Lin Sun's clothes were clean, and he sighed faintly in the void. This scene made Shiryu completely stunned, and his lips twitched. Why couldn't he not be so brutal? Chapter 1449. With a sigh, Lin Sun stopped thinking and began to collect the spoils. The most important thing was to collect divinity crystals. He already understood that the divinity crystals consumed in this year's practice were all collected by other strong practitioners in the camp. This was the main reason why he had to bear the infamy of vermin. Lin Sun decided to make it up to him. He never wanted to take advantage of others. Most importantly, the name of Leech was too bad. On the Turtle Mountain, there were still some spiritual veins of divinity crystals that had not been collected. Lin Sun also dug them up one by one. After doing all this, Lin Sun looked at the sky and said, "It's still early before dark. Let's find another place. It's better to have some decent opponents." Shiryu nodded in a trance. Immediately, he came to his senses and cried, "What did you say? Are we still going to kill enemies?" Lin Sun took it for granted and said, "It's still early. It's too wasteful not to do more things." Shiryu felt a headache. Up to now, he hadn't figured out why Lin Sun's combat power was so terrible. His mind was in an unspeakable shock and trance. But now, Lin Sun still planned to continue killing enemies, which made Shiryu wonder if in Lin Sun's eyes, those enemies were all harmless cabbages that could be broken at will. "Let's go," Lin Sun urged. Originally, he intended to tell Shiryu that it would not be so troublesome to fight with Qi refining realm cultivators. He only needed to release Taishian Sword Qi to end the battle in an instant. But seeing Shiryu's frightened look, Lin Sun finally held back. He was worried that Shiryu would not be able to bear the fact. 2 hours later, the two of them arrived before a lake. The lake was vast, azure, and clear, and there were expanses of jade green lotus leaves and numerous lotus flowers that were pink like the rosy clouds. The lotus leaves were green, and the lotus flowers were red. The scene was picturesque. Shiryu had completely calmed down and accepted the fact that Lin Sun's combat power was terrible. However, his expression turned solemn when he arrived. "This is the Green Lotus Lake," he said. "It was occupied by the elites of the Alliance of 10,000 races yesterday. At the time, 2 of our companions were killed in a dispute over this treasure land. You must be careful. I heard that among the beasts guarding this place, there are a few who are strong enough to be ranked in the top 30 of the Myriad Clan's combat power ranking." Hey, I haven't finished. Halfway through his words, Shiryu found that Lin Sun had already rushed into the depths of the lake. Boom! Unsurprisingly, a battle broke out. This time, Lin's opponents were 7 strong barbarians from the Alliance of 10,000 races, whose realms might not be much different from those barbarians he had met before. However, all of them were extremely powerful. In particular, there were a few among them who possessed extremely powerful divine abilities and rich battle experience. The might they displayed was also extremely powerful. Instead of being surprised, Lin Sun was overjoyed. He ran his body, refining cultivation, and fought with him. Shiryu had intended to help, but was stopped by Lin Sun, which annoyed Shiryu. Did this guy think he couldn't help? But after careful observation for a moment, Shiryu had to admit that if he were Lin Sun, he would have been unable to hold on. In other words, in the face of such a bad and dangerous situation, his first choice was to retreat instead of fighting. After all, there were a few extremely tricky guys among those opponents. Shiryu was not afraid of fighting one-on-one, but he could only retreat if there were many of them. From this point, Shiryu also realized that Lin Sun's combat power had already become extremely powerful after more than 10 years, far beyond his imagination. 15 minutes later, the battle was over, and the blood permeated the Green Lake. Lin Sun cleaned up the trophies and sighed as if he was not satisfied. Still not satisfied? Shiryu opened his eyes wide. "There's pressure. but not much. It's difficult to hone my cultivation. Lin Sun muttered, let's go and continue to find enemies while it's still early. Shiryu's expression changed. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, I'm convinced. I'm not convinced by anyone but you. Next, Shiryu happily took Lin Sun to run around. Over the past year, the Empire's camp could only be described as retreating step by step. Whether it was Shiryu or other strong men of the Empire, they all held back their anger. At present, Lin Sun's attitude of killing and sweeping away everything made Shiryu shocked and speechless, but he also felt extremely happy. The resentment in his heart was vented a lot. He even wanted to see how many places Lin Sun could destroy before dark. Snow Mist Mountain was covered with white snow all year round, full of mist and crystal ice. There were extremely rich divine crystal ores here, but it was difficult to collect them. The Voodoo Barbarian camp had been stationed here for half a month. Moreover, in order to guard this mineral vein, the Voodoo Barbarian camp sent 18 elite King Realm strongmen. But after Lin Sun's arrival, the 18 elite Voodoo Barbarians were killed in just 30 minutes, and their blood dyed the Snow Mountain. Spirit Wind Valley, the place controlled by the alliance of 10,000 races. The Ghost River, the Voodoo Barbarian camp, the Broken Star Abyss. In the following time, the places controlled by the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the alliance of 10,000 races were uprooted one after another. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It was dusk. Lin Sun and Shiryu returned to the camp. Ah, the vermin is back. When seeing Lin Sun, many strong men showed the familiar look of contempt. This time, Lin Sun corrected them seriously. I didn't know the situation before, so you misunderstood me. It's reasonable to be scolded. Don't worry, I will compensate you. But at the same time, I don't want to hear the word vermin again. It's really unpleasant. After that, he left and returned to the top of the mountain. Everyone was stunned at first, and then they couldn't help sneering. Misunderstanding? It's been a year. Who doesn't know the fact that Lin Sun is a vermin? It's disgusting to pretend to be a vermin. A woman said angrily, don't pay attention to him. It's just a vermin's clamor. Someone sneered and sneered at Lin Sun's words. But he said he would compensate us. Someone was doubtful. Compensation, my ass. In a year's time, he alone has consumed tens of thousands of divine origin crystals, not to mention the divine medicines that he has ruined. Can he compensate for it? Someone gnashed his teeth. His words successfully aroused the indignation in the hearts of others. All of them were distressed, and their faces became gloomy. This time, a huge amount of scarce cultivation resources were wasted by vermin. It was outrageous. Sure, you didn't leave. Looking at the resentful, contemptuous, and disdainful appearance of the people gnashing their teeth, he suddenly had a kind of unspeakable sympathy and pity in his heart. Clatter, with a wave of his sleeve, a hill suddenly appeared on the ground. It was crystal clear and dazzling, full of divine luster. The people who were filled with indignation suddenly froze and couldn't help rubbing their eyes. Finally, they dared to confirm that this hill was actually piled up by pieces of divine crystals. There must be at least 3,000 divine crystals, right? Someone cried out. Anyone who saw so many divine crystals would inevitably be shocked. After all, these things were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. Instead, they were rare treasures that were of great benefit to the cultivation of sages. In the past, the experts of the Empire would at most be able to gather 5 to 10 divine origin crystals per person. The shock of a few thousand divine origin crystals appearing all of a sudden was naturally indescribable. Is this collected by Brother Sure? Someone asked in a trembling voice. Sure, you said coldly. I also want to collect them, but unfortunately, it's not me. Then who is it? Everyone was astonished. Lin Sun. Sure, you gently spat out 2 words. Then he saw at a glance that everyone was stunned at first, and then suddenly stagnated. They seemed to be in disbelief, as if they had been struck by lightning. It was wonderful. For the first time, Shiryu found that the feeling of being slapped in the face was so refreshing and indescribable. Before the crowd could react, Clatter, Shiryu waved his sleeve again, and a pile of divine medicine appeared on the ground. Each of them was flowing with Taoist light and filled with medicinal fragrance, dyeing the void with gorgeous colors. Everyone looked dull and stared blankly. The value of divine medicine was more precious than divine crystals. After more than 10 years of collection, the divine medicine in the bloodthirsty battlefield had become increasingly rare. But now, there were more than 20 kinds of divine medicine placed there, which also caused a strong impact on everyone's mind. Their expressions changed, their mood fluctuated, and they were silent for a long time. A thought emerged in their minds at the same time. Could these divine medicine be the work of Lin Sun, the vermin like those divine crystals? Before they asked, Shiryu had already said, "You guessed right. These divine medicine are also Lin Sun's trophies." His words were earth-shattering and made everyone dumbfounded. Seeing this, Shiryu felt refreshed as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. The feeling of being slapped in the face was really intoxicating. The only regret was that the owner of these trophies was not himself. Thinking of this, Shiryu couldn't help looking at the top of the mountain and muttered in his heart, "This guy must be secretly happy now, right? How could this be done by that vermin?" Zhao Jingfeng opened his mouth. He had been disdainful to ridicule Lin Sun before, but now, after being shocked, he couldn't restrain his emotions and blurted out. Others nodded one after another. A vermin just went out for a stroll and collected so many treasures? Who could believe it? Shiryu couldn't help sneering. If Lin Sun is a vermin, what are you? Don't take ignorance as an excuse for being blind. After that, he swaggered away. That night, the news that Lin Sun had collected a large number of divine crystals and divine medicine caused a great sensation in the Cloud Mountain. Most people were skeptical, and a few people didn't believe it at all. They thought that Shiryu and others were covering up for Lin Sun. The truth was that these treasures must have been put together by Shiryu and Lin Sun's friends. Whether it's true or not, we'll go out and have a look tomorrow. In the end, whether they believed it or not, many people decided to go out and have a look tomorrow. P.S. As usual, 2 updates in a row. Chapter 1450. Early the next morning, Lin Sun left the camp again. What greeted him was a group of suspicious and complicated expressions. It was a good change without the contempt and sarcasm of the past. He didn't know that after he left, many strong practitioners in the camp also went out with the idea of finding out the truth. In other words, they wanted to use facts to prove that Lin Sun, as a parasite, had falsified the spoils of war yesterday. This was normal. The prejudice caused by a year's misunderstanding was not destined to be resolved overnight. However, Lin Sun didn't care about these things. Let the facts speak for themselves. It was dusk. Lin Sun set foot on the way back to the camp. Compared with yesterday's harvest, today's harvest was not bad. After traveling thousands of miles, he successfully destroyed 7 places under the control of voodoo barbarians and the alliance of 10,000 races. He didn't meet many masters in the 7 battles, but the effect of tempering his body cultivation was significant, and he benefited a lot. In particular, in one of the battles, he met a fierce character from Voodoo Barbarian branch named Gene Man. Gene Man's combat power was extremely strong, and the power he controlled was quite rare and terrible. In this battle, Lin Sun went all out with his body cultivation, but it took him a full quarter of an hour to kill Gene Man. Body refinement is to use pure strength to suppress strength. As the saying goes, one can defeat 10 people with pure strength. That's not the case. However, the tempering of body cultivation is not good enough. If it can be further perfected, it won't take so much effort to kill Gene Man. While summing up the fighting experience, Lin Sun walked into the camp of Cloud Mountain. Immediately, he was stunned. He suddenly found that many strong practitioners looked at him with an indescribable, strange expression. The originally lively atmosphere suddenly became quiet with his arrival. "I'll go back first." Lin Sun didn't ask. He told Shiryu, who followed him all the way, and then turned back to the top of the mountain. There were still many people who hesitated to speak, but when they saw Lin Sun leave, they immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. Shiryu seemed to understand and couldn't help laughing. Now you finally know the truth? Everyone smiled and nodded, but their smiles seemed a little stiff. Early this morning, they went out to investigate, and the results were shocking. No matter who saw the traces of battle, they would not be able to calm down. There was no doubt that some of the territories controlled by the enemy had been taken down by Lin Sun alone. No one could question this truth. In the end, they finally believed this fact. The guy whom they regarded as a vermin had actually turned over a new leaf and turned over a new leaf. Moreover, the combat strength he displayed was extremely shocking. Crash, sure you didn't say anything further. With a flick of his sleeve, divinity, origin crystals, and divine medicines piled up on the ground, and it instantly drew the attention of everyone once more. Compared to yesterday, today's spoils of war were not much inferior. In fact, they were even better. Everyone's expression changed greatly, their emotions fluctuating. Is this what Lin Sun collected today? Someone exclaimed. What do you think? Sure you sighed and said, as a member of the same camp, I just want to advise you that Lin Sun is not someone you can slander at all. Everyone's expression was uncertain, and they felt quite wronged. Before this, Lin Sun's performance was really like a vermin. It was just that they never thought that Lin Sun would hide his strength so well. If Lin Sun had shown his ability earlier and served the Empire more, how could there have been so many misunderstandings? Lin Sun has no intention to argue or be angry with you. He also knows that this is a misunderstanding, so he'll make up for it. Sure you sighed again and said, Everyone, it's time to resolve the misunderstanding. If a person like Lin Sun bears the infamy of a vermin, how will the other two camps regard us? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help nodding. Many people showed a look of shame. It was really ignorant of them to regard a peerless figure like Lin Sun as a vermin. Even Zhao Jingfeng, Qin Feiyu, and others were speechless. What else could they say? Lin Sun had proved his strength with iron-like actions. By the way, Jin Man, one of the top 10 Immortal Realm Shaman Kings in the Voodoo Barbarian camp, has been killed by Lin Sun today. Sure you suddenly said. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone knew that Jin Man was a powerful figure comparable to Song Wuk. But now he was killed by Lin Sun. While everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but remember that in the 3rd month after Lin Sun arrived at Cloud Mountain, Song Wuk once went to the top of the mountain to challenge Lin Sun. However, because of Lin Sun's words, he directly gave up the challenge. At that time, because of the hurried ending of this anticlimactic challenge, many people almost suffered internal injuries. But now because of Jin Man's death, they were sure why Song Wuk gave up. If I were you, I would take over and control the territories conquered by Lin Sun from tomorrow on. Those places are all first-class treasures, and there are bound to be a lot of divinity crystals that haven't been excavated yet. After that, Sure Yu turned around and left, and the whole Empire's camp was completely boiling tonight. Lin Sun changed people's attitudes and views on him with his own actions. Moreover, because of the outstanding achievements he made, it also caused a lot of surprise and shock. In the morning of the 3rd day, Lin Sun left the camp again. The 4th day, the 5th day was the same. Every day, he could bring back rich trophies. And the attitude of the Empire's strongmen towards him also changed day by day. Gradually, no one called Lin Sun a vermin anymore. Not only in words, but also in their hearts. No one dared to slander him with this title. Gradually, Lin Sun found that every time he left or returned to the camp, those strongmen of the Empire looked at him with a kind of respect, admiration, and amazement. Even some women more or less showed a kind of love, but unfortunately, they were all ignored by Lin Sun, which made many women feel resentful. Although Zhao Xingye rarely showed up, she saw all these changes and couldn't help feeling happy. For many years, the Empire's camp had been targeted and suppressed by the other two camps. Especially in the past year, the situation of the Empire's camp was getting more and more embarrassing, which made her feel angry. And Lin Sun's attacks these days and his unstoppable way of winning undoubtedly helped the Empire's camp vent their anger. Happy. Only these two words could describe Zhao Xingye's mood at the moment. She believed that the other experts of the Empire were bound to feel the same way as she did. They felt great and elated. Half a month later, before dusk, Lin Sun returned a few hours ahead of schedule, which made the strongmen in the camp surprised and amazed. "Brother Lin, did you encounter something difficult? Do you need any help?" Someone couldn't help asking. "Yes, Brother Lin. Just tell us if you have any trouble. We can share it with you." The others also gathered around. Compared with half a month ago, they all looked with a kind of heartfelt respect. This was the change. However, they were all very confused. In the past, Lin Sun never returned to the camp until dusk fell. What happened this time? Lin Sun sneered. "Nothing. It's just that after wandering around for a long time, I can't find many enemies. Some of the territories controlled by them have already been abandoned. It's really disappointing. It's a waste of a day's work." The crowd was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Mother Asterisker, those bastards must have been scared out of their wits and fled. I've never seen them so timid before. They must have known that Brother Lin was not easy to deal with, so they fled early. The crowd discussed happily. Recently, the declining situation of the Empire's camp had changed and seemed to be reversed. On the other hand, the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the alliance of 10,000 races began to retreat step by step like beaten beasts. This change, of course, made people excited and happy. And all these changes were caused by Lin Sun alone. From a distance, Zhao Jingfeng, Qin Feiyu, and others saw Lin Sun, who was surrounded by the crowd, and their expressions were all complicated. Now, even if they were unwilling, they had to admit that since Lin Sun attacked, the situation of the Empire's camp had indeed been greatly improved. Even deep in their hearts, they were happy and excited about it. Unfortunately, because of some previous disputes and grievances, it was difficult for them to bury the hatchet with Lin Sun, and they were destined not to be friends. But at the same time, they had long given up the idea of targeting Lin Sun. It was very simple. Now, in the Empire's camp, whoever went against Lin Sun was the enemy of everyone. This was the prestige of killing. Lin Sun, from today on, you'd better not go out easily. Even if you want to go out, you should tell me in advance. When returning to the top of the mountain, Zhao Xingye found Lin Sun and warned him seriously. "The sages of the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the alliance of 10,000 races have now known your existence and have set their eyes on you. I'm afraid that they will secretly take action against you." Lin Sun was shocked and immediately sighed. "It's a pity that up to now, I haven't met some real top figures, such as the Gemini of Light and Darkness of the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the top 5 in the combat list of 10,000 races." Zhao Xingye couldn't help laughing. "It's not easy for them to show up. I'm worried that you will be targeted by the sages on their side, and the sages on their side are also worried that their top figures will be targeted by me, so no one will act rashly." After a pause, she continued, "However, when the Taoist Mountain Contest begins a year later, you will have a chance to fight with the top figures of the alliance of 10,000 races." Lin Sun touched his nose and said, "That's the only way. P.S. Yesterday, you voted a lot of monthly tickets and received a lot of tips. Goldfish will work hard to add one more chapter tonight. In addition, on the last day of the month, check whether you have monthly tickets in your account. They will be invalid tomorrow. Don't waste them." Chapter 1451. Qingxiao Mountain, the place where the Voodoo Barbarians were entrenched. "Lord Holy Sorcerer, we've lost a total of 63 experts in the last half-month, and 57 of them were killed by Lin Sun," said the Holy Sorcerer. "In addition, Gene Man is also dead." A group of strong barbarians gathered outside the place where Dark Blood Holy Sorcerer practiced in seclusion, and one of them cried out in grief and indignation. "Holy Sorcerer, we must fight back." Other strong voodoo barbarians also spoke one after another. All of them gnashed their teeth in anger. "It's just a little guy from the Imperium, and you're already in such a sorry state of mind. Don't you feel ashamed?" A low, hoarse and cold voice sounded. With the voice, the figure of a skinny old man appeared out of thin air. He stood there casually, but he was like a shadow in the dark night, making it impossible to see his face clearly. This man was Dark Blood Holy Sorcerer, a saint in the Voodoo Barbarian camp. He came from the dark barbarian branch, and his strength was unfathomable. All the strong voodoo barbarians present were restless, and their expressions were uncertain. Holy Sorcerer, we all suspect that Lin Sun is a more terrible character than Li Duxing. Maybe only the twins of light and darkness can kill him. Someone gnashed his teeth and said, "Dark blood," Holy Sorcerer snorted. "They are all in seclusion. Once they take action, they will inevitably be targeted by the cruel woman Zhao Xingye. We can't afford the consequences." All the barbarians present looked unwilling. Such a deep hatred, such a great shame. Can we just let it go? Dark blood, Holy Sorcerer said in a faint voice, "Leave it to me. As long as Lin Sun dares to show up again, he is doomed to die." Everyone was stunned at first, and then they were ecstatic. They all understood that as long as Lin Sun dared to show up again, the Holy Sorcerer would kill him in person. Dark blood, Holy Sorcerer looked into the distance. At the top of the mountain, there was a dark shadow rising to the sky, like the night curtain covering the sky. On the other side, there was also a bright light rising to the sky, blooming vast and holy. That was the place where the twins of light and darkness practiced in seclusion. At this rate of cultivation, I might be able to have the foundation to break through to the saint realm in less than a year. The dark blood, divine sorcerer mumbled to himself. It's nothing to lose some power now. However, the situation in the bloodthirsty battlefield is destined to be rewritten when the time comes. Thousand Halberd Mountain, the territory of the alliance of 10,000 races. Humph, a bunch of trash. The sage of the Herculean bull demon did not hide his disdain at all as he said to the powerhouses of the alliance of 10,000 races standing beside him. Revenge? Sure, but don't just yell and complain. Why don't you just kill them? This sage was about 10 feet tall and had a stocky build. His face was dark, and his hair was like a halberd. Just by standing there casually, he gave off a strong sense of oppression like a mountain. He was Niu Jinyu, also known as the Mad Bull Saint, who presided over the alliance of 10,000 races. The experts of the various races were gathered here, and they had the advantage in numbers. However, their expressions were ugly, because Niu Jinyu's words were too unpleasant to listen to. Why is no one talking? As expected of a bunch of spineless trash, Niu Jinyu snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. "Get out of here. If Lin Sun shows up again, I'll deal with him." Okay. At first, everyone's faces were extremely ugly after being scolded, but when they heard the end, they all breathed a sigh of relief in unison. They knew that although Niu Jinyu had a foul mouth, as long as he promised to deal with this matter, they wouldn't have to fear Lin Sun anymore. A year later, the Taoist Mountain Contest will begin, but Lin Sun suddenly appeared. When did Zhao Xingye hide? Such a trump card. When the crowd dispersed, Niu Jinyu stroked his beard and frowned. In the past half a month, Lin Sun alone had killed more than 70 powerhouses of the alliance of 10,000 races. Such a terrible killing method even shocked Niu Jinyu. The means shown by this lad is enough to fight against the top 3 on the combat list. It seems that in addition to Li Duxing, Lin Sun will also be a character that we must pay attention to in the Taoist Mountain Contest a year later. Niu Jinyu's eyes flickered as he fell into contemplation. Zhao Xingye's analysis was right. The killing in the past half a month made Lin Sun the focus of the other 2 camps. Even the sages began to lock their eyes on Lin Sun. His limelight even overshadowed that of Li Duxing. However, from that day on, Lin Sun didn't go out anymore and resumed his previous life of closed-door cultivation. However, just when Lin Sun thought that this peaceful life would last until the beginning of the Taoist Mountain Contest, an unexpected person found him. Late at night, the night was as dark as ink. The mysterious woman appeared in the stone house where Lin Sun was. Senior, Lin Sun suddenly woke up from meditation and was very surprised. If he remembered correctly, this should be the 3rd time that the mysterious woman came out of the heaven-accessing place in these years. The first time was when she was chased by the Black Sea Dog tribe in the Western Territory. The second time was when she was turned into a beast by the Star Chest Sea. The third time was now. This made Lin Sun suddenly realize that something must have happened. A year ago, I entered another world of the bloodthirsty battlefield and found some interesting places. The mysterious woman didn't hide anything, but what she said stunned Lin Sun. Only then did he realize that the mysterious woman had left a year ago. Moreover, it was very likely that she went to the world in the night, a strange place suspected to be the netherworld hell. Lin Sun clearly remembered that Zhao Xingya, the bloodthirsty queen, once said that even big shots such as the Great Emperor and the Empress had entered the night of the bloodthirsty battlefield to explore. But in less than 10 minutes, he had no choice but to return, and the mysterious woman was gone for a whole year. How could Lin Sun not be shocked? Don't you want to practice your body refining? Ordinary opponents can't bring you real pressure at all, nor can they fully stimulate your body refining potential. Speaking of this, the mysterious woman didn't wait for Lin Sun to ask and said, "Follow me." Swish! The next moment, the mysterious woman and Lin Sun disappeared together. Zhao Xingye, who was only dozens of meters away from Lin Sun's stone house, didn't notice this at all. Boom! In the gloomy and dark world, the killing intent turned into a raging storm and swept across, making a thunderous sound. The heavens and the earth were completely barren, and strands of icy cold and terrifying killing intent transformed in a seemingly material black colored smoke that seethed ceaselessly. This was a strange, cold, and murderous world. As soon as he arrived, Lin Sun shivered all over. His skin was tingling, and a strong sense of danger arose in his mind. "Senior, where is this?" Lin Sun's face was solemn. Without hesitation, he ran his cultivation and prepared to fight. An interesting place. This place isn't bad for tempering your body refinement cultivation. Once you've shattered these killing intents, I'll come back and take you away. The mysterious woman's voice was still reverberating, but she had already left. Lin Sun was speechless for a while. Wasn't it too irresponsible? Whoosh, in the distance, a dark storm of killing intent swept over, making ghostly wails and wolf howls. Gradually, the killing intent transformed into figures clad in armor and wielding weapons. Black light surged from their bodies, and they emanated a murderous aura. They were like a group of ghosts rushing out of hell. Kill! They let out earth-shattering roars and whistled over. Every aura was so powerful that Lin Sun felt a sense of oppression. He couldn't help but want to use his qi refining cultivation, because according to his observation, the aura of every ghost was definitely not weaker than a peak longevity 7 Tribulation Realm figure. Even ordinary longevity 9th Tribulation monarchs were slightly inferior to it. Clang! A black spear swept out with a torrential killing intent. Although it was simple and crude, its power could be said to be boundlessly terrifying. Lin Sun pressed out with his palm, and the two collided, causing an earth-shattering roar. Lin Sun felt his palm go numb, and his body shook. His expression couldn't help but change slightly. What a powerful force! Kill! Rumble! The ghost army formed by the killing intent had already charged over. They were dense and covered the sky. Lin Sun didn't have time to think too much. He suddenly let out a long roar and charged forward. His body shone brilliantly, and his qi and blood surged like a great river, transforming into rays of clear light that surrounded him. He circulated his body refining cultivation without hesitation. Boom! The world was dim, and the sun and moon were dark. The war broke out completely. The extremely terrifying, threatening aura made Lin Sun no longer have any distracting thoughts. His consciousness was unprecedentedly focused, and he directly operated the Battle Saint method and the Eternal Leakless Secret method. His qi and blood soared to the sky, and his physical strength flowed like divine light, producing a deafening roar. His power suddenly rose to the extreme. If he fought with his qi refining cultivation, Lin Sun naturally had the confidence to kill his opponent. But he came here to temper his body refining cultivation, so he naturally wouldn't do that. Kill! The ghosts were roaring, each more ferocious, cruel, and terrifying than the other, covering the world with tyrannical, cold, killing intent. Kill. Lin Sun's momentum was like a rainbow, and he didn't give in. He performed his own Tao and Dharma, and his momentum was like a demon breaking through the enemy lines. Rumble. The world here lost its color, and all directions shook, as if it had turned into a battlefield for Lin Sun alone. On the other hand, his opponent was the ghost form from the surging killing intent that whistled through the heavens and the earth like smoke signals. Not bad, not bad. The residual killing intent of the Emperor realm in this acupoint world has almost been wiped out. It's enough for him to hone his strength. In a place where Lin Sun couldn't see, the mysterious woman watched all this coldly. After making sure that Lin Sun wouldn't encounter a fatal disaster, she turned around and left. If he had the cultivation of the Saint Realm, he could have gone to the more magical place of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and the benefits would be absolutely immeasurable. In the darkness, the mysterious woman paced back and forth. In her field of vision, there were strange and horrible scenes in the darkness from time to time. There was a rain of flying immortals, magnificent as a dream, flashing away. There was a mysterious and obscure sound, lingering in the darkness like the murmur of an ancient demon. There was a broken world that turned into pieces that danced wildly in the darkness, releasing an aura of calamity that seemed to destroy the world. The mysterious woman turned a blind eye to all this. P.S. Thank you, everyone, for your tips and support. I'll send more updates to you. Chapter 1452. Who? A month later, Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground without hesitation and began to meditate. He had just experienced a fierce battle. His body was riddled with scars, and blood was flowing everywhere. But he seized this short interval to repair himself as if he was unconscious. Clatter, the power of the law of immortality flowed up and down his body, healing his wounds at an incredible speed. Over the past month, Lin Sun had forgotten how many bloody and tragic battles he had experienced. Many times, he was seriously injured. His arms were torn off, his chest was pierced, his spine was shattered, and his legs were cut off. If it weren't for the amazing self-recovery ability of a body-refining practitioner on the path to sainthood, and if it weren't for the aura of the law of immortality healing him, Lin Sun doubted whether he could have persevered. After experiencing these soul-stirring and tragic battles, Lin Sun gradually became accustomed and calm from the initial anger. He began to adapt and get used to it. Whoosh! Just 10 minutes later, there was a burst of ghostly wails and wolf howls in the distant void. The billowing killing intent surged like black clouds and whistled over. Whoosh! Lin Sun got up from meditation with a calm look and leaped away. Kill! The battle broke out again without any surprise. Compared with a month ago, Lin Sun's battle of body refining had undergone earth-shaking changes as if he had been reborn. His body was like a furnace, his spirit was unprecedentedly condensed and boiling, and his physical strength was easily controlled and used. Moreover, his various body refinement techniques had even been fused into the energy of the laws of the Grand Tao, allowing him to execute them with ease, and he revealed a smooth and condensed aura. This was what Lin Sun had gained in body refining in the past month. Although his cultivation hadn't changed, his combat power had long been different from before. Like a piece of unpolished jade, he began to show the brilliance that could amaze the world. In the dark world, the mysterious woman walked a long way. Along the way, strange and ominous scenes kept happening. She knew very well that it was impossible for those in the Saint Realm to go all the way to the present as she did, because those strange and ominous scenes were enough to cause a fatal blow to a saint. But all this didn't affect the mysterious woman's action, because only she understood what kind of world this was. However, even she never imagined that such a world would actually exist in the bloodthirsty battlefield, and this caused her heart to be slightly unable to calm down. Before she brought Lin Sun here, she had been exploring the dark world for a year. Unfortunately, she hadn't found the answer until now. Because this world had existed for too long, many clues had been eroded by the passage of time, and it was impossible to deduce the truth. The mysterious woman couldn't help but sigh. Saints could control the power of space, but the law of time was something even emperors couldn't touch and resist. We're here, amidst the darkness ahead, an area that was shattered and chaotic like had appeared. It was boundlessly large, and it emanated a divine aura that was vast like the void. However, that place was filled with the aura of destruction, and it emanated the aura of desolation and death. Even the foundation of the great Tao no longer exists. The mysterious woman stood there for a long time and was silent for a long time. She couldn't figure out how an Emperor Realm figure that even she was amazed by would end up like this. This was very wrong. Unfortunately, with her current ability, she was unable to deduce the truth. Because it had been too long, time would not only change the world, but also erase some traces. Whether an Emperor Realm figure or an ant, once he died, he was destined to be eroded by the power of time and then erased. The only difference might be that it was not so easy to completely erase the traces of an Emperor Realm figure. Therefore, the mysterious woman saw everything in front of her. The great opportunity in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Does it have something to do with you? After a long time, the mysterious woman murmured softly. 3 months later, with a roar, a big abyss appeared around Lin Sun's body, and the rolling power of qi and blood as the foundation rushed into it. The way of star obliteration. However, this time it was activated by Lin Sun with the cultivation of body refining. Boom! In just a few breaths, dozens of ghosts were completely wiped out by Lin Sun. When looked over, not a single strand of killing intent had surged into appearance in this world, and it was completely silent, desolate, and icy cold. Lin Sun's expression was neither sad nor happy. He carefully felt the changes of his aura. After a long time, he floated down from the void and converged his aura. 3 months. It was an endless and tragic slaughter. Life and death battles again and again. In exchange, the path of body refining was transformed again and again. 3 months ago, Lin Sun would never have thought that there were so many untapped potentials in body refining. This also made Lin Sun more and more aware that body refining was completely different from qi refining. He had underestimated the magic of body refining before. In the same realm, body refining had enough foundation and strength to suppress qi refining. This was not an exaggeration. Lin Sun also realized this at this moment. How do you feel? The mysterious woman appeared out of nowhere. Very good. Lin Sun thought for a moment and smiled. Then let's go somewhere else. Saying this, the mysterious woman disappeared with Lin Sun. The next moment, Lin Sun appeared in another world. The same darkness, the same desolation and coldness. The same killing intent turned into a rolling storm, surging between heaven and earth. The only difference was that the killing intent was too terrifying. It was a whole lot stronger than the killing intent in the previous world. Be careful. The killing intent here is unusual. After saying this, the mysterious woman floated away, leaving Lin Sun standing alone with a speechless face. One had to know that he still had no idea what this place was. Boom! In the distant sky, the killing intent came like a tide. Out of instinct, Lin Sun instantly entered the fighting state. All the distractions in his mind disappeared, and he began to fight. This was a kind of fighting instinct cultivated by 3 months of continuous fighting. Seize the opportunity. I'm afraid there won't be such a chance next time. In the dark, the mysterious woman whispered to herself. She had noticed that it wouldn't take long for everything here to turn into a kind of original power and disappear from the world. And according to her speculation, this should be related to a great opportunity that was about to appear in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Time flew, and another half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Sun woke up from meditation. When he opened his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of sharp lightning, tearing the void. At this time, he was different from half a year ago. His skin was as white as jade, glowing with glazed Tao rune. It seemed ordinary, but it was as tough as a king's weapon. Every time his muscles, bones, and skin moved rhythmically, it It was like a mountain colliding, producing a thunderous roar. The chi and blood around him roared like a python and condensed into a waterfall. The vitality contained in a drop of blood was comparable to that of a rare king medicine, possessing incredible surging power. The most important thing was that in the past 6 months, Lin Sun's cultivation had broken through to the fulfillment of the 7th retribution of longevity realm. In addition, the countless fierce fights in the past 6 months made Lin Sun's attainments in body refining and fighting also improved by leaps and bounds. At this time, even a do so would be amazed if he saw him. In the past, Lin Sun's body refining cultivation lacked real tempering and sublimation. But now, these defects were no longer there. It was even to the extent that his strength and body refinement had been tempered to the point it approached an extremely perfect state through the countless battles he'd experienced. I'm only one realm away from being a chi refinement cultivator. Lin Sun took a deep breath, feeling quite excited. In the past, because of the defects in body refining, he devoted all his attention to body refining after entering the bloodthirsty battlefield. Now it had only been a little more than a year. His body refining cultivation could be improved by leaps and bounds, which made him feel relaxed. "Master," Silver rushed over from a distance and said, "I have broken through to the 5th retribution of longevity realm." Lin Sun was surprised so fast. He clearly remembered that before entering the bloodthirsty battlefield, Silver had just advanced to the 3rd retribution of longevity realm. But now, he had entered the 5th retribution of longevity realm. It should be known that Silver's cultivation needed to pass the tribulation of longevity realm, which was extremely dangerous and difficult. Lin Sun's cultivation would rise as long as he continued to cultivate. Little Silver had a respectful expression on his face as he said, "Thanks to that senior's guidance, I was able to go to a mysterious area and gain valuable experience." Lin Sun turned his head and saw the mysterious woman coming from afar. He suddenly understood. So that was how it was. Half a year ago, when Lin Sun was training, he also called out Silver and let him move freely. He didn't expect that this little guy also got a chance. Thinking of this, he stood up and said, "Thank you, Senior." The mysterious woman said, "It's time for us to leave." Lin Sun was stunned. Leave? For more than half a year, he had been fighting and honing his cultivation here. Now that he suddenly had to leave, he felt a little reluctant. "Well, aren't you curious about what this place is? It doesn't hurt to tell you now. This is a world formed by the body of a fallen Emperor Realm figure." As soon as the mysterious woman's voice fell, both Lin Sun and Silver were stunned. The body of an Emperor Realm powerhouse had actually evolved into the world in front of them. In the Emperor Realm, the body has its own universe. Each acupoint and aperture is like a world. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the sea of consciousness, the limbs and bones are as vast as the universe. This is called the body, and the mind become the universe. Only with this cultivation can one be called the real Emperor Realm. The mysterious woman said, "Just like this world you're standing in, it was formed from an inconspicuous aperture within this Emperor Realm expert's body. The killing intent that you're fighting against is the remnant of this Emperor Realm expert after he died. It's just that it's been eroded by time, and there's not much left. Even a saint wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of such killing intent, let alone you." Lin Sun was shocked, speechless by these words. P.S. On the first day of the month, I asked for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 1453. A reminder. Chapter 1433 in the first chapter is repeated, but it's troublesome to modify, and it has no effect on the content. You can modify it later. According to the mysterious woman, the bloodthirsty battlefield in the night did lead to another world. This world was formed by the body of a fallen emperor, and in the body, every acupoint and every aperture formed a world. So it could be said that there were countless worlds of different sizes. Who was this emperor and how long he died? It was impossible to know. But what was certain was that this was an extremely stunning monarch, a supreme figure that even the mysterious woman exclaimed in admiration. It was also at this time that Lin Sun knew that the world of body and mind can be transformed into the universe, was the symbol to distinguish an emperor. Just think about it. The body of a cultivator was like a universe, and the various apertures, internal organs, limbs, and bones were actually able to transform into a world of their own. How terrifying was this? This was the Emperor realm. Lin Sun's heart trembled when he thought that the place he stood was a world formed by an inconspicuous acupoint of an emperor. And when he thought that the target he had been fighting for more than half a year was the remaining murderous aura of this Emperor realm, and its power had been eroded by time, Lin Sun couldn't stay calm. How terrifying would a living Emperor realm existence be? Lin Sun thought of the supreme figures in primitive times, such as Tai Xian Sword Emperor, Wuyang War Emperor, Xingjia Buddha, and Star Obscura War Emperor, who was probably his uncle. After that, he suddenly looked at the mysterious woman, and a strange expression appeared on his face as he said, "Senior, do you also possess?" The mysterious woman seemed to have expected what Lin Sun would ask and interrupted. "I used to, but now, I can't tell myself." There was a trace of indescribable sadness in her voice. She had been thinking about this question for too long. Since she became the gatekeeper of the heaven accessing place, she couldn't tell who she was and what cultivation she had. It seemed that she had lost some extremely important memories in her mind. She tried to find clues in the past, but found nothing so far. Furthermore, in the countless years since she became the gatekeeper, she had never forgotten anything again. However, the mysterious woman knew that her most precious memory had disappeared. She also knew that if she could get her memory back, she might understand why she became the gatekeeper of the heaven-accessing secret land and why she stayed there for so many years. Lin Sun was also stunned. A person didn't even know what his cultivation was? That seemed absurd. But Lin Sun's intuition told him that the mysterious woman in front of him disdained to lie at all. The reason was simple and unnecessary. Very soon, this place will completely transform into a strand of origin energy and vanish. The world of night in the bloodthirsty battlefield will cease to exist as well. All of this is because a great opportunity is about to arrive. The mysterious woman said and left with Lin Sun. Azure Cloud Mountain. When he returned to his stone house, Lin Sun felt like he was dreaming. The training lasted for more than 8 months in the dark. Thinking of the scenes in the training, Lin Sun couldn't help but be in a trance. Who would have thought that the dark night world, which was regarded as hell, was actually formed from the corpse of an emperor? After a while, Lin Sun gradually calmed down. Regardless of anything else, at least during this period of training, his cultivation of body refining had been improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, his cultivation was flawless. My cultivation of chi refining and soul refining have reached the 8th retribution of longevity, and my cultivation of body refining has reached the 7th retribution of longevity. The time of Tao prohibition is getting closer and closer. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered. Before becoming a sage, Tao prohibition was like a natural mode, oppressing Lin Sun's heart. At the thought of this tribulation, Lin Sun had an indescribable sense of urgency. He had a vague premonition that when his cultivation of body refining, chi refining, and soul refining all broke through to the first stage of the 9th retribution of longevity, this great tribulation was bound to come. After participating in the Taoist Mountain Seminar, I must set off for the mulberry forest. Only there may be an opportunity for me to break the Tao prohibition. Lin Sun took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. There is less than half a month before the Taoist Mountain Seminar. Has Lin Sun not come out yet? Recently, there were more and more similar discussions in the Imperial camp, because another Taoist Mountain Seminar would begin in half a month. At that time, the Imperial camp and the alliance of 10,000 races would have a decisive battle. In the end, there would be a winner who would set foot on the Taoist mountain and see the carvings of the Great Way. The list has been determined. Lin Sun will definitely participate in the seminar. This time, maybe our empire can wash away our shame and win this seminar. Some people were looking forward to it. Alas, don't be too optimistic. Although we have strong people, such as Lin Sun and Li Duxing on our side, there are also peerless, fierce people in the top 10 of the alliance of 10,000 races. If we only compare the number of top figures, we are still at an obvious disadvantage. Some people frowned and were worried. At this time, Zhao Xingye found Lin Sun and asked, "Are you ready?" Lin Sun smiled and said, "We can set off at any time." Seeing Lin Sun's calm and composed look, Zhao Xingye couldn't help laughing and said, "I'm waiting for you to give me a surprise." Lin Sun thought for a while and couldn't help saying, "I'm only worried about one thing now." Zhao Xingye's heart tightened. Was this guy not sure of winning at this time? She couldn't help raising her eyebrows and said, "What are you worried about? Just tell me. I'll satisfy you if I can." Lin Sun hurriedly said, "Well, you misunderstood me. I'm just worried that my opponent won't perform well." Zhao Xingye was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on her alluring face. In the end, she could not help but laugh out loud. "That's the craziest thing I've heard in all these years. Of course, it's also the most satisfying." Arrogant? Lin Sun smiled and didn't explain anything. Could he say that since he entered the bloodthirsty battlefield, his only goal was to enter the mulberry forest? That was the origin of chaos where sages, great sages, king sages, and even quasi-emperors might appear. As for the confrontation with the strong people from the other two camps, to be honest, Lin Sun didn't care too much about it. Of course, he couldn't say these words. Otherwise, Zhao Xingye might suspect that he was too complacent. In the early morning 2 days later, Lin Sun, Li Duxing, Song Wuk, Shi Yu, Gong Ming, and other top figures of the 10 camps boarded a treasure ship. "Brother Lin, we're waiting for your victory. Taoism Peer Li, you must help us vent our anger. Be sure to win." In the camp, all the strong people gathered together to see Lin Sun and his companions off. Among them were Ning Meng, Yi Qi, and the others. Although they were powerful, they were not as good as Lin Sun and his companions, so they didn't have the chance to participate in the Taoist mountain contest. This made them feel quite regretful. "Lin Sun, you must break the balls of those alien creatures," Ning Meng shouted. His words made all the people present burst into laughter. Some women couldn't help but feel ashamed and scolded him. "Anyway, do your best and leave the rest to fate." Yi Qi was a little worried and told Lin Sun and Shi Yu couldn't help rolling his eyes and said grumpily, "The journey is imminent, but you say such discouraging words. When I come back, I'll teach you a lesson, fatty." Lin Sun smiled and waved his hand without saying anything. "Let's go." Zhao Xingye drove the treasure ship and took everyone away. "In this contest, we, in the alliance of 10,000 races, will both send 10 strong people. The rules of the contest are very simple. Draw lots to determine the order of appearance. You will fight with the opponents one by one, defeat or kill them. The winner can continue the challenge or choose to leave the field to rest. In short, the contest is over when all the opponents are defeated." On the treasure ship, Zhao Xingye explained the rules concisely. "In the previous debates, the Imperium lost more than we won. No, technically speaking, we only won once. However, 34 top experts were killed in the debates. In the end, Zhao Xingye's face was full of gloom and hatred. Those are the pillars of our empire. Each of them is a peerless figure, and they all have the hope to enter the Saint Realm. But they died in the contest. They died for our empire. We must avenge them." On the treasured vessel, everyone revealed resolute expressions, and many revealed sorrowful expressions as they recalled their companions that had perished in the battles of the past. Although it was called a contest, it was actually a life-and-death fight. If one was lucky, he would be seriously injured, but if he was lucky, he would survive. However, luck was in the minority. In a sparring match, the enemy would not let go of any chance to kill their opponent. This was the bloody and cruel contest in Dawan Mountain. In order to eliminate the top figures of the opposing forces, the 3 camps would go all out in the contest at all costs. Lin Sun had just come to the bloodthirsty battlefield for about 2 years, and he had never participated in the contest in Dawan Mountain. But when he heard these things, he felt a kind of unspeakable depression in his heart. "Remember, as long as it's a contest, you should go all out," Zhao Xingye warned. Everyone nodded. This time, could the empire change the previous decline and win this contest? They didn't know, but they would go all out. Half a day later, in the distance, a towering mountain shaped like an upside-down bell came into view. The mountain was rugged and barren, with strange stones piled up. There was no vegetation or rich spiritual chi lingering around it, but it gave people an indescribable sense of oppression. This was Dawan Mountain. Every 3 years, numerous markings of the Grand Tao would appear on the stone walls of the cliff at the peak of this mountain, and they were profound and unfathomable. Here, every 3 years, there would be a contest between the three camps, and bloody and cruel battles would break out. Here, many experts of the empire had been killed by the enemy, dying with grievances. Looking at the mountain from afar, Lin Sun exhaled a long breath with a calm look. This time, Lin Sun was here, and the result was destined to be changed. Chapter 1454. In front of the Taoist Mountain, when Zhao Xingye arrived with Lin Sun and others, they saw some people waiting there. They were from the alliance of 10,000 races. The leader was Niu Jinyu, the sage of the alliance of 10,000 races. He was tall and majestic, with dark skin and hair like halberds. His eyes were like lightning, and his power was extremely terrifying. Beside Niu Jinyu stood 10 figures, both men and women. All of them looked extraordinary and had outstanding aura, each stronger than the other. When they saw Lin Sun and others arrive, there was a burst of sneer. The losers are finally here. I wonder if they are ready to be killed this time. Haha, who is Li Duxing? Listen, I, Xian Luozi, will kill you this time. His voice was full of sarcasm and contempt. He unceremoniously taunted and mocked the experts of the empire. Everyone knew that this was a provocation, but they still couldn't hold back their anger. You talk too much. Wash your neck and wait. Who's afraid of you? Sure, you and others shouted. This time, we must avenge the humiliation. The eyes of some experts of the empire turned red. In the previous battle on the Taoist Mountain, many top figures of the empire fought here and were buried here with hatred. In the past, there were too many humiliations and unwillingness. Anyone who knew what had happened in the past would feel heartache and anger. This time, they would wash away the blood and hatred and take revenge. Even Lin Sun didn't expect that the atmosphere would become so hostile as soon as he arrived. They were like mortal enemies meeting on a narrow road, and each of them wanted to kill the other. It could be seen how great the hatred between the Empire and the alliance of 10,000 races was in the past battle on the Taoist Mountain. Seeing the experts of the Empire being so angry, the experts of the alliance of 10,000 races all laughed unscrupulously and fearlessly. But soon, someone said in surprise, "Hey, isn't that Lin Xian?" Along with the voice, a lightning-like gaze fell on Lin Sun. It was a man with long azure blue hair and a slender and dignified figure. His entire body flowed with a dreamlike and illusory blue mist, yet his bearing was sharp to the extreme, like a peerless spear that wanted to pierce through the sky. The descendant of a Xian Ao clan, Xian Luozi. Sure, you and the others were stunned. They naturally knew that Xian Luozi was a peerless figure from the alliance of myriad races. He was ranked in the top 5 of the combat power ranking and was extremely powerful. In the past battles, many top figures of the empire had perished at Xian Luozi's hands. What puzzled them was why he called Lin Sun Lin Xian. Could it be that he got the wrong person? Lin Xian? It's really him. Suddenly, a voice that was heavy like thunder rumbled and resounded through the heavens and the earth. The person that spoke was a black-robed man. His imposing figure was like a majestic mountain that surged with a jet-black light that was terrifying like tide water, and the space between his brows was filled with an arrogant and domineering aura. His eyes emitted a cold light, and he had an arrogant expression of supremacy. The descendant of the demonic bull race, Niu Tunshin, he was a well-deserved overlord figure in the alliance of myriad races, notorious for his ferocity. However, when he looked at Lin Sun, there was a sense of surprise in his eyes, which was immediately replaced by hatred. Lin Xian, to think that we would meet again. It was Meng Lianxing, a descendant of the Golden Phoenix clan. Her slender figure was dreamy and illusory, and her whole body was shining with golden light as if gold was flowing, dazzling and dazzling. Vaguely, one could see the shadow of a golden phoenix flying in the darkness behind her, as if it wanted to compete with the sky. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Sun with a touch of coldness in her eyes. The people of the Empire were all very surprised and confused. When did Lin Sun become the Lin Xian in the mouth of those foreign races? Just in time. It's time to settle the grudge from back then. It was Kong Xiu, the holy son of the Cloud Dragon clan. The glow of lightning interweaved within his eyes, and it was extremely terrifying. His smooth black hair was coiled with strands of silver arcs of lightning that flickered endlessly, causing him to seem like a son of God that was bathed in lightning and was born. Everyone was even more surprised. Even the alliance of myriad races seemed to be very surprised. At this moment, all eyes were on Lin Sun. Even Zhao Xingye, the bloodthirsty queen, and Niu Jinyu were a little puzzled. Do you know them? Sure, you couldn't help asking. How can I not know a group of losers? Lin Sun looked indifferent. His words caused an uproar. But what he said was the truth. When he was young, he had entered the mysterious land of demons in the ultimate with Zhao Jingxian and a group of descendants of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasures. It was also at that time that Lin Sun was besieged by Niu Tunshin, Meng Lianxing, Xian Luozi, Graceful Kong, and others in order to compete for the battle's Saint Technique located in the Hall of the Mountain of Mind and Heart. In the end, Lin Sun obtained the battle's Saint Technique, and Niu Tunshin and others were all defeated by Lin Sun. But even Lin Sun did not expect that after so many years, he would meet these old enemies in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Losers. Sure, you and others all gasped. During the more than 10 years in the bloodthirsty battlefield, they all knew very well how powerful Niu Tunshin and others were. But Lin Sun called them losers. Looking at Niu Tunshin and others, they all looked gloomy. Their eyes were full of coldness and murderous intent. If you hadn't been lucky enough to escape, how could you have survived until now? Graceful Kong snorted coldly, with thunder and lightning intertwining in her eyes. Bullshit. If you didn't have the bone talisman of life, you would have been killed by me in the mysterious land of demons. How could you have a chance to talk nonsense in front of me? Lin Sun sneered. Suddenly, Niu Tunshin and others became more and more embarrassed. Obviously, what Lin Sun said was the truth. Sure, you said, but why do they call you Lin Xian? To hide my identity. Speaking of this, Lin Sun glanced at Niu Tunshin and others and said, Now remember, my name is Lin Sun. Lin Sun. The people of the Alliance of 10,000 Races were all shocked. They might not know Lin Sun, but it was impossible not to know Lin Sun. A year ago, this man had killed more than 70 strong people of the Alliance of 10,000 Races in half a month, and dozens of strong people of the Voodoo Barbarian camp were also killed by this man. At that time, in the camp of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, anyone who mentioned the name Lin Sun would gnash their teeth in shock and fear. How could Niu Tunshin and others not know? However, they didn't expect that the Lin Xian they knew was Lin Sun. For a time, their expressions changed indeterminately. Even Niu Jinyu was greatly surprised. He couldn't help narrowing his eyes and looking at Lin Sun carefully. On the side of the Empire, Sure Yu and others were all excited. Before, they were ridiculed and despised as soon as they arrived, which made them gnash their teeth with hatred. But now, just because of Lin Sun, they were shocked and doubted, and their momentum was faintly suppressed. How could they not feel happy? Even Zhao Xingye couldn't help looking at Lin Sun. It seemed that he didn't expect that Lin Sun had done such a feat in the past. The past is the past. Lin Sun, now that you are here, it's time to put an end to the hatred of the past. Niu Tunshin looked cold. Don't blame me for not reminding you that there is only one result in the debate. Win or die. How can I vent my hatred by killing Lin Sun? Today, all the people who participated in the debate will die here. Xian Luozi looked cold, and his words were cold. For a moment, the atmosphere in the field became solemn again. At this moment, Niu Jinyu laughed. Well, in the previous debates, as soon as the experts of the Alliance of 10,000 Races came out, the top figures of your empire were all defeated. This time, I hope your side won't lose too badly. Damn it. Shiryu and others were angry. The old wounds were pricked and unbearable. Then let's wait and see. Zhao Xingye's voice was faint. She glanced at Lin Sun inadvertently. Others couldn't see anything from this glance, but Lin Sun could feel that she hoped he could win. Lin Sun was shocked. He took a deep breath and said nothing. I can't wait. This battle is destined to be the same as before. We will tear our opponents apart and trample on their bodies. An alien laughed in an extremely arrogant manner. In the previous debates, they had killed many so-called top figures of the Empire. Whenever they thought of these bloody battles, they would feel extremely proud. Back then, I killed 3 top experts of the Empire with my own hands. They could only die in despair. That feeling is simply intoxicating. A silver-robed woman's face was full of intoxication and nostalgia. These experts of the alliance of 10,000 races were full of fighting spirit. Each of them was more confident and disdainful than the other. It seemed that they couldn't wait to hunt down their opponents before the battle began. On the Empire's side, Shiryu and others gritted their teeth in hatred. Did these guys really think they were the same as before? You're just a defeated opponent. How dare you speak so boldly? Only Lin Sun sneered. His words made Neo Tunshin and others so angry that they wanted to eat Lin Sun alive. They were so angry that they wanted to skin Lin Sun alive. Let's start drawing lots. At this time, Neo Jinyu waved his sleeve, and a white jade lot pot appeared in the void. This was the order of the battle, according to the order of drawing lots. At the same time, Zhao Xingye also took out a lot pot and said, "You guys also draw lots one by one. The order of drawing lots will be the order of appearance." Ha ha ha! Xian Luozi of the mysterious turtle clan walked out with a burst of laughter. He was ferocious and laughed wildly. Very lucky, I will be the first to fight. As my opponent, there is only one result: death. His long blue hair flew in the air as he strode out. His body was covered with bright and frightening lightning, and he held a peerless spear. On the Empire's side, the result of drawing lots also came out. The first to fight was a woman named Hua Luhong. She came from the Hua clan of the Empire. She was extremely talented and extremely outstanding. However, Shiryu, Li Duxing, and others all felt their hearts sink. Although Hua Luhong was strong, she was slightly inferior to a peerless figure like Xian Luozi. Therefore, everyone's heart tightened, and it was difficult for them to say a word. Everyone, since I'm here, I'm ready to fight with my life. Please cheer for me. Hua Luhong was silent for a moment, and then she laughed. Her face was firm and determined, without fear. P.S. I'm going out of town to handle some affairs and can't go home until tomorrow. Don't worry, I won't stop updating. Continue to ask for guaranteed monthly votes. Chapter 1455. Victory! Victory! Many people shouted and cheered for Hua Luhong. Hua Luhong took a deep breath and strode forward. Her spirit, energy, and essence surged out from her slim and slender body. There was a battlefield at the foot of Dao Observation Mountain that was covered in a restrictive formation. Once one stepped onto it, it would be impossible to turn back. A girl is too weak. Get someone else. Xian Luozi frowned and shouted with a gloomy expression. He seemed very dissatisfied and looked down upon Hua Luhong. The people from the Empire's camp were furious. This was clearly a form of humiliation that was deliberately trampling on Hua Luohong's dignity. Lin Sun frowned and asked, "Can I admit defeat in such a battle?" "No, you have to fight." Shiryu shook his head. Lin Sun fell silent. "Kill." Hua Luohong's expression was icy cold. As soon as she stepped onto the arena, she turned into a shadow and charged at Xian Luozi. Clang! A crimson divine sword shot out from the center of his brows and slashed out. "I told you you can't." Xian Luozi's eyes were gloomy. His entire body surged with silver lightning, and he swept the bronze halberd in his hand, causing a terrifying waterfall of lightning to sweep through the sky. The battle broke out just like that. Hua Luhong fought Xian Luozi with all her strength and exerted everything she had learned. Even Lin Sun had to admit that Hua Luohong's combat strength was extraordinary. Unfortunately, her opponent was even stronger. It wasn't long before the hearts of the experts from the Empire's camp sank. They could see that Hua Luhong was in a worrying situation. She was fighting with all her might, but Xian Luozi seemed extremely calm, like a cat playing with a mouse. After over 100 moves, Hua Luhong noticed that the situation was bad. She didn't hesitate to exert her strongest trump card, and it seemed as if she wanted to take her opponent down with her. Let's end this. Right at this moment, Xian Luozi exerted his killer move. The halberd carried a terrifying thunderstorm as it smashed through the void, causing the world to lose its color. All sorts of phenomena appeared, such as the collapse of stars and the wailing of ghosts and gods. Bang! A shrill cry resounded amidst the deafening collision, and then the battle came to an end amidst the dust and smoke. There was no miracle. Hua Luhong was defeated. Her delicate body was pierced by Xian Luozi's spear, and she hung in midair while blood poured out from her chest like a waterfall. No! Many people in the imperial camp cried out in grief and indignation. Hua Luhong's eyes dimmed as she gazed at the Empire's camp. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but unfortunately, she no longer had the strength to speak. Not only had Xian Luozi's spear shattered her heart, but it had also shattered her soul. I said, "You can't. You really can't." Amidst the ferocious laughter, Xian Luozi shook his hand, and Hua Luhong's body that was hanging on the spear suddenly exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. A woman who was not inferior to men in the Empire's camp, who had an extremely bright future, was now dead. The way he died was incomparably miserable. No one could forget the dim gaze she shot over before her death, and it seemed as if she was bidding farewell, yet also seemed as if she was feeling guilty for being unable to obtain victory. Many people's eyes reddened as they clenched their fists. Lin Sun's dark eyes were cold. He was silent, but it was hard for him to calm down. He had predicted that such a debate was destined to be bloody and cruel. But when he saw such a beautiful woman as Hua Luhong being brutally pierced through by the enemy and turned into flesh and blood on the ground, he knew that it was really hard to bear. This is the debate of Taoist Mountain. You either win or die. Zhao Xingye's low voice sounded in Lin Sun's ears. According to the rules of the debate, I can stay and continue to fight if I win this battle. I hope I can meet someone who can catch my eye this time. Don't let me down again. On the battlefield, Xian Luozi smiled coldly, revealing his snow-white teeth. On the side of the imperial camp, all the people looked gloomy and angry. Can I appear in different order? Lin Sun's dark eyes were cold, and he couldn't restrain his killing intent anymore. It made him feel depressed to see a defeated opponent's swagger in front of him. No, this is the rule. Unless you have the ability to break the rule, you can only adapt to it. Zhao Xingye sighed softly. You're still the same as before, good-looking but useless. In my opinion, from now on, your empire should withdraw from the debate, lest you say that we bullied you. In the distance, the experts of the alliance of 10,000 races sneered with pride and disdain. Damn it! Sure, you and the others gnashed their teeth. Hua Luhong was brutally killed, and she was despised and humiliated by the opponent. Who could bear such a feeling? Calm down, everyone. I will avenge Hua Luhong. The second one to fight was Song Wuk. He took a step and came to the battlefield, attracting all eyes. Brother Song, you must kill him. Be careful. The experts of the Empire all spoke out, hoping that Song Wuk would win and kill Xian Luozi to avenge Hua Luhong. I know you, Song Wuk. You're also a powerful figure of the Empire. I hope you won't let me down. Xian Luozi said coldly, holding the big halberd. Xian Ao is a kind of turtle in the sea, right? Song Wuk said slowly. Bastard. Xian Luozi's face darkened, and he rushed out. Boom! A great battle broke out. Xian Luozi and Song Wuk exchanged blows. Their combat strength was equal, and the battle was extremely intense. The sky and earth changed colors, and the sun and moon lost their light. Terrifying divine radiance spread out between the two, crushing the void into disorder. Destructive phenomena occurred frequently, shaking the heavens and the earth. Gradually, The experts of the Empire and the alliance of 10,000 races wore solemn expressions. They stopped talking and focused their attention on the battle. This battle was extremely tragic. Before long, both Xianluozi and Song Wuk were injured, and their bodies were dripping with blood. However, the two seemed to be unaware of it, and each was more ruthless than the other. This was unacceptable to the Empire. Song Wuk was one of the top figures on their side, but he had not been able to take down Xianluozi until now. This also shocked the alliance of 10,000 races. They probably did not expect Song Wuk to be able to fight against Xianluozi. Boom! After hundreds of rounds, Xianluozi roared and took out a jade green saber, smashing hard on Song Wuk's back. The latter immediately coughed up blood, staggered, and fell to the ground. But at the same time, Xianluozi's chest was torn open by Song Wuk's saber, and blood flowed out like a waterfall. Both of them had suffered heavy injuries from this attack. Exclamations of surprise resounded in the battlefield. Both sides could not help but feel nervous. Die! Song Wuk gritted his teeth and staggered to his feet. He waved his sleeve, and 3 peerlessly sharp saber lights flashed out. They formed a triangular formation and smashed towards Xianluozi. This was his trump card. Impossible. Xianluozi's expression was distorted. He swung his halberd as if he was fighting with his life on the line. He burned the last of his strength and charged forward. The two of them clashed. Amidst terrifying explosions, Xianluozi's body was broken, and he fell to the ground with a thump. He was barely breathing. On the other side, Song Wuk also coughed up blood and fell to the ground. The space between his brows had cracked, and he had suffered heavy injuries. However, he did not know where he got the strength to struggle to get up at this moment, and he walked step by step to Xianluozi's side. His firm and ruthless attitude shocked and worried everyone in the Empire's camp. Meanwhile, the alliance of 10,000 races turned pale with fright and shouted, "Xianluozi, get up, get up!" Puffed. In the end, Xianluozi could not get up either, and his head was chopped off by Song Wuk. Before he died, his eyes were wide open, and his face was distorted with anger. Song Wuk fell to the ground with a thump. His face was deathly pale, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. However, as if relieved of a heavy burden, he looked at the Empire's camp and said, "I won." After saying that, he fainted and lay on the ground. This battle ended in an especially tragic way. Song Wuk killed his opponent, but he himself fell into a coma because of his heavy injuries. It was worrying and making it impossible for people to feel happy. On the Empire's side, everyone's faces were shrouded in grief and anger, and their eyes were red. Song Wuk was so powerful, but he had won in such a way. It was too tragic, and they could not accept it for a while. Lin Sun sighed inwardly, and his eyes became even colder. On the alliance of 10,000 races side, the powerhouse's expressions were cold, and they were also filled with hatred. "I will avenge Xianluozi." With a thunderous roar, Niu Tunshin, who was as majestic as a mountain, rushed to the battlefield. His whole body was surging with tide-like dark light, and his cold eyes were like lightning, overflowing with divine light. He stood there casually, but there was a domineering air of supremacy. In an instant, the atmosphere in the field became oppressive. Lin Sun rubbed the jade slip in his palm, which had the word 6 written on it. This made him feel depressed. He did not hate his opponent for being arrogant and fierce, but he hated that he had no chance to step on the battlefield. This feeling was too suffocating. On the Empire side, the third person to step on the battlefield was a man named Chai Wanshan from the Green Deer School of the Empire. Even when facing Niu Tunshin, he was not afraid. He took the initiative to attack and used the strongest power in his life. Unfortunately, Niu Tunshin was too strong, even more terrifying than Xianluozi. In just a few dozen rounds, Chai Wanshan was killed. His head was smashed by Niu Tunshin's slap, and his body was kicked out and exploded in the air. In the rain of blood, Niu Tunshin looked cold and said softly, "Too weak, not enough for me to warm up." Next, the Empire's camp clenched their fists, looking sad and indignant. It was painful and sad that their companions were killed, and now they were humiliated like this, which drove them crazy. The fourth person to step on the battlefield was a man named Liang Xiao, a young talent from the Empire's military. He was usually very low-key, but as soon as he stepped on the battlefield, he burst out amazing power. Unfortunately, after more than 100 rounds, Liang Xiao had been forced into a dangerous situation and was doomed to be defeated. But unexpectedly, in this hopeless situation, Liang Xiao actually executed a secret technique that allowed him to self-detonate and take his enemy down with him. Although he died, he heavily injured Niu Tunshin in one go. I hope to fight side by side with you in the next life and feast on the blood of the enemy. This was Liang Xiao's laughter before he died. It was indescribably open-minded, resolute, and unafraid of death. Chapter 1456. Liang Xiao wanted to perish together with Niu Tunshin, but he failed in the end. He was dead, and Niu Tunshin was only seriously injured. This made all the people of the Empire feel a kind of unspeakable anger. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and their chests were full of hatred. I hope to fight side by side with you in my next life, and feast on the blood of the enemy. These words were extremely heroic and resolute. He was courageously facing death with equanimity. However, when these words entered the ears of everyone else, they couldn't help but have the impulse to cry. The alliance of 10,000 races was also shocked by Liang Xiao's death, but they couldn't help sneering. Self-destruction? What a coward! What a shame! Tut tut tut! This is called sacrificing oneself to die. Unfortunately, it's useless. These sarcastic words made sure you and the others' eyes turn red. Even Lin Sun almost couldn't hold back his killing intent. He finally realized the cruelty of the debate. It was too torturous. Next, on the battlefield, Niu Tunshin shouted with a cold face. He was seriously injured, but he still looked mighty. He didn't put the people of the Empire in his eyes at all. As you can see, I'm injured. If you want to take advantage of me, come on. His voice resounded through the audience, full of dominance. Old Niu, why don't you let me go? There are fewer and fewer opponents. Kung Xiu said in a faint voice. He had long black hair, which was entwined with strands of silver electric arcs, making him look like a son of God bathed in thunder and lightning. Humph! If I win, I will have the chance to continue fighting. Niu Tunshin snorted. This kind of dialogue seemed to regard the people of the Empire as prey. It was also a kind of contempt and disdain for them to fight for. Lin Sun's black eyes were surging with frightening coldness. He said, "You don't have to fight. When I go on stage, I will play with you one by one." His voice was calm, but there was a chilling cruelty in it. Hearing this, some people on the side of the alliance of 10,000 races sneered, some were disdainful, and some snorted. Lin Sun said no more. He was worried that he couldn't control himself. The fifth one to fight was Zhao Jingfeng. As the seventh prince of the empire, Zhao Jingfeng didn't flinch at this moment. In other words, he rushed into the battlefield with full of anger. When the war broke out, Zhao Jingfeng's eyes were red. He had never fought so desperately before. Boom! A purple spear swept out from his palm and set off a dazzling rainbow. It could be seen that his entire being was vast and mighty, and his bravery was matchless. This battle shocked heaven and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. Zhao Jingfeng displayed all of his abilities and fought madly. His hair was disheveled and his blood was boiling. Even though Lin Sun and Zhao Jingfeng had conflicts and disputes at the beginning, he couldn't help but be moved at this time. But Niu Tunshin was too strong. Even though he was heavily injured, he was still able to fight evenly with Zhao Jingfeng. In fact, he was even able to force Zhao Jingfeng back several times. This caused the expressions of the experts on the Empire's side to change. Niu Tunshin was ranked first on the 10,000 races combat power ranking. Everyone knew that he was extremely powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. At the 600th exchange, Niu Tunshin let out a deafening roar. This was his innate divine ability, the demon ox roar of great strength. This roar was powerful enough to shatter mountains and rivers, shatter the void, and annihilate all living beings. Vaguely behind Neo Tunshin, there seemed to be a jet-black divine bull, stepping on the starry sky, raising its head and roaring, throwing the void into chaos. Oh no! Sure, you and the others were shocked. Zhao Jingfeng staggered, as if he had been struck by lightning. His 7 apertures were bleeding, and even his divine soul was shaking. Puff! Taking advantage of this opportunity, a bright blade flashed, like a rainbow piercing through the sun, cutting the void and splitting Zhao Jingfeng's body into 2 halves. There was a dead silence, and no one spoke. All the people of the Empire opened their eyes wide. They couldn't accept it. How could it be possible? Neo Tunshin was already seriously injured. How could he kill Zhao Jingfeng? 7th Prince. After a long while, someone cried out in sorrow. In the past, Zhao Jingfeng might be extremely fierce and violent, but this time he fought for the Empire without fear of death. Who wouldn't be moved? This guy's still a prince, but he is so weak. He can't even beat a seriously injured Neo Tunshin. To be honest, your empire should withdraw from the competition in the future. 5 games in a row for losses and 1 win. Shame. On the side of the alliance of 10,000 races, the sarcastic remarks were endless. All the people of the empire were about to go crazy, but they couldn't roar. No matter how unwilling and resentful they were, they couldn't change the bloody reality. Even Zhao Xingye's jade-like face was filled with coldness. Zhao Xingye, you'd better keep calm. If you dare to intervene and break the rules, you'll bear the consequences. In the distance, Neo Jinyu shouted, his voice shaking the field, full of deterrence. Humph, Zhao Xingye said coldly. The competition is only halfway through. Do you really think you can win? Who doesn't know how to talk tough? I'm only worried that this time all the top figures of your empire are dead. I'm afraid there will be no place for your empire in the bloodthirsty battlefield in the future. Neo Jinyu laughed, high-spirited. Suddenly, the other experts of the alliance of 10,000 races also laughed. Go ahead and scream. I hope you can still scream later. At this moment, Lin Sun moved. In an instant, his figure appeared on the battlefield. His black eyes were frighteningly cold, and the depths of his pupils were burning with endless killing intent and anger. He had never been so eager to fight. Brother Lin, you must win. Behind him, people were shouting. They had lost many battles, and several people died one after another, which made them depressed and crazy. They longed for a victory to sweep away the decline. Lin Sun's appearance gave hope to many people, because everyone knew that he was very strong. However, there were still some people who felt nervous. They were worried that Lin Sun might encounter an accident and be defeated again. Don't worry. Since I'm standing here, I won't leave. I'll kill whoever comes to me until I kill all my enemies. At the end of his words, Lin Sun's black hair flew in the air, and a monstrous killing intent rushed out, sweeping through the sky and earth, causing the clouds to collapse and the world to tremble. The cold killing intent made many experts of the alliance of 10,000 races feel cold in their hearts, and their faces changed slightly. But at this moment, Neo Tunshin suddenly laughed. You are indeed a top figure, but did I say I would fight with you? After saying that, he turned around and swaggered away from the battlefield, laughing as he walked. The winner can choose to fight or not. Now that I'm seriously injured, how can I let you take advantage of me? All the people present were stunned. On the side of the Empire, everyone was trembling with anger. This shameless thing feigned a spear and retreated without a fight. The alliance of 10,000 races was stunned at first, and then they sneered as if they had succeeded in playing a trick. You want to take advantage of me, but can't. Are you so angry that you want to vomit blood? How laughable. It's like a pitiful worm threatening and roaring at a divine dragon in the sky. What's the use? It only looks funny and humble. These words were extremely harsh and full of sarcasm. Even Neo Jinyu couldn't help but smile. He raised his thumb and praised. You deserve to be the descendant of our Herculean ox tribe. You are brave and resourceful and can advance and retreat freely. On the side of the Empire, people's faces were extremely livid. Lin Sun was fooled as soon as he came on the stage, which was very humiliating. It doesn't matter. Come on by one. In the end, you, Neo Tunshin, must come on the stage. At that time, I allow you to laugh like this. Lin Sun looked calm, and his eyes were terrifyingly cold. Then, he suddenly shouted, "Where's your opponent? Get up here." "Humph. You're courting death." A young man with dark green skin and a single horn on his forehead stepped out of the battlefield. He held a pair of shiny sabers in his hands, which looked extremely sharp. Bai Yunsheng of the Jade Scale clan. He was an extremely famous, fierce, strong man with the cultivation of the 8th retribution of Longevity Realm. He was ranked in the top 10 of the list of 10,000 races. Bai Yunsheng, chop him into pieces. Those outsiders were shouting, their expressions excited. "Do I need you to remind me?" Bai Yunsheng smiled indifferently. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as his voice fell, he had already attacked. The two sabers in his hands suddenly swept through the air, shining with dazzling light, like a pair of heavenly sabers. It was incredibly fast and terrifyingly fierce. When the sabers swept through, the void was torn apart, leaving two straight cracks. Everyone could see that Bai Yunsheng went all out as soon as he attacked, without any reservation. Neo Jinyu couldn't help nodding secretly. Bai Yunsheng didn't underestimate the enemy. He even realized that Lin Sun was extremely difficult to deal with, so he went all out at the first time. This was undoubtedly the wisest thing to do. Neo Tunshin, Meng Lianxing, Kong Xiu, and others also saw this and felt relieved. They were really worried that Bai Yunsheng would underestimate the enemy. After all, Lin Sun was indeed not easy to deal with. As far as they knew, Lin Sun and Li Duxing were the most threatening in the Empire's camp. Boom! The saber light flashed, and in the end, there was a deafening sound of a storm. The white saber chi was like a torrent, covering the sky and earth, terrifying and shocking. This was Bai Yunxing's trump card, and it could be called the strongest combat force. On the Empire's side, many people's faces changed. No one expected that Bai Yunsheng would show such fierce power as soon as he attacked, which was frightening. Lin Sun stood still. Around him, surging blood chi turned into bright, divine rainbows, and a rain of light rose up, making him look like a god of war bathed in divine light, emitting invincible power. Bang! Bang! Lin Sun didn't dodge or even resist. The two terrible and boundless saber lights hacked on his body, producing a deafening sound of collision. Lin Sun didn't move at all. The two saber chi were blocked by the clear light around Lin Sun, and then they were obliterated inch by inch. It was as if he was invincible. All the people present were stunned. Bai Yunxing's heart suddenly tightened, his pupils contracted, and his face changed abruptly. He knew something was wrong. However, when he just wanted to dodge, Lin Sun had already stretched out a pair of palms. He grasped the void. Like a giant palm from the sky, it covered all directions, grasped Bai Yunxing's body, and then tore him apart. Puff! Blood splashed. Bai Yunxing's body was torn apart, and his blood poured down like a waterfall. Chapter 1457. Clatter! The thick blood rain poured down, scarlet and dazzling. At this moment, Lin Sun was like a demon, bathed in blood but not stained by it. His black hair fluttered, and his black eyes were blazing like lightning. Even someone as formidable as Bai Yunsheng had been forcefully torn apart during the first collision. This scene seemed to be too bloody, and it was extraordinarily shocking. Ah! Bai Yunsheng screamed, and his torn body suddenly turned into a green unicorn jiao. The upper half of his body fled and broke free. But even so, the audience was still stunned. In an instant, the battle had just begun, and the winner had been decided. It was so sudden that people couldn't believe it. How could this be? Bai Yunsheng had used his strongest combat power, but his body was torn apart in one move. The overmatches of the alliance of 10,000 races were all shocked. Before, they were shouting excitedly, full of disdain and contempt, and mocking Lin Sun. But at this moment, they were all shocked, and their eyes widened. Not to mention them, even Bai Yunsheng himself found it hard to accept and believe it. He knew that Lin Sun was very strong, So he went all out from the beginning, thinking that he could catch Lin Sun off guard and kill him. But it turned out that he was in such a miserable situation. On the side of the Empire, it was completely boiling at this moment. After being suppressed for so long, they finally saw such a shocking scene, so they couldn't help shouting and being extremely excited. Before, Hua Luong was brutally killed, then Song Wuk was seriously injured and fainted, and then Chai Wen-shan, Liang Xiao, Zhao Jingfeng, and others were killed by Niu Tunshan one by one. It was so sad and indignant that their hearts were blocked and depressed to the extreme. Now, Lin Sun appeared and tore his opponent apart in an instant, so that they finally saw the light. You deserve to die. Bai Yunsheng was furious and mad with hatred. Just now, he almost died. If he hadn't been a green unicorn Jiao, he wouldn't have died even if he cut off his own body. Otherwise, that blow alone would have been enough to kill him. Bai Yunsheng never thought that he would encounter such a terrible killing. Boom! Bloody light surged on his broken body. No one knew what kind of secret technique he used, but he instantly recovered to his original state. Moreover, this was not just a healing technique. Even his aura was much stronger than before. Jade Qilin life, extending art. The eyes of many beasts lit up. This was the innate ability of the Jade Qilin race. On the Empire's side, many people's hearts tightened. They had just seen a glimmer of hope, and they were afraid that something unexpected would happen. If that happened, the hard-won victory would be reversed. If that was the case, people would definitely go crazy. Even Lin Sun was surprised, but he snorted and took the initiative to attack. Don't waste any more time. Boom! His figure was like an illusion as he flashed out explosively, and then he struck out with a simple punch. It was utterly without any flashiness, and it was direct, simple, and overbearing. In fact, this was the most terrifying part. No matter how many secret techniques or profound techniques you use, I'll smash my fist over and use strength to destroy all techniques. Bai Yunsheng roared. He had no choice but to fight against Lin Sun. He waved his shiny saber, and the white saber chi covered the sky, sharp and dazzling. This kind of cultivation method was amazing, but it was doomed to be in vain. Clang! In the earth-shaking collision sound, Bai Yunsheng's two sabers were shaken off. His arms were broken by Lin Sun's punch, and his flesh, tendons, and bones were broken into pieces. In the painful roar, Bai Yunsheng's face was distorted, and his heart was filled with great fear. He felt desperate. He couldn't believe that there could be such a terrible power in the longevity realm. Lin Sun's punch was not over. The breath of the Great Way pervaded the air, and the vast and boundless fist energy was overwhelming, oppressing the sky, and could shake the universe. Bai Yunsheng was horrified and howled incessantly. However, he was enveloped by the terrifying force of the punch, causing him to be utterly unable to move and be forcefully suppressed. He could only watch helplessly as the terrifying force of the punch assaulted him like a comet. Puff! This punch broke his body, and his flesh and blood splashed in the void like collapsing snow foam. Bai Yunsheng tried to protect his spirit and escape, but he was drowned by the blazing fist energy in an instant and died completely. A strong man ranked in the top 10 of the combat power list of all races was killed. Dead. There was dead silence. The strong men of the Alliance of Races were shocked, and it was difficult for them to accept that Bai Yunsheng had been killed in just 2 moves. On the side of the Empire, there was an earth-shattering cheer. The dust had settled. They had won this battle, and it was a beautiful victory. According to the rules, Lin Sun could choose to leave, but at this time, he did not move like a rock rooted in the battlefield. Continue, don't waste time, Lin Sun said, his calm and cold voice resounding. Arrogant, Niu Tunshan, graceful peacock, Meng Lianqing, and the others all frowned. If you don't like it, then come. Lin Sun's words were simple, and his eyes were cold. Before, these foreign races were arrogant and looked down on the people of the Empire. Their words were full of sarcasm and disdain, and they even killed Hua Luong, Zhao Jingfeng, and the others in an extremely cruel way. At this moment, only blood for blood, violence against violence, could Lin Sun vent the anger that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. "Just you wait. I'll kill you later." Graceful Peacock's words were cold. Silver arcs of electricity flowed around his body, and his killing intent was revealed. Lin Sun glanced at him and looked away. If it were not for the rules of the battle, he would not have said anything at all, and he would not have given his opponent a chance to say anything. He would have killed him directly. "I'll fight you." A powerhouse from the alliance of 10,000 races rushed out and stepped onto the battlefield. This was a descendant of the demonic elephant tribe. His body was dozens of feet tall, and his muscles were like rocks. He glowed with a brilliant golden light and emitted shocking waves. His name was Xiang Longjia, and he was an immortal-level king in body refinement. "Die!" Xiang Longjia roared as soon as he rushed onto the battlefield. His huge figure was like an ancient demonic elephant as he stepped on the sky and cracked the earth, his killing intent soaring. A pair of arms formed a seal, and it was as if a mountain from beyond the heavens smashed down with terrifying momentum. Boom! Lin Sun did not retreat. Instead, he took the initiative to rush out and attack in the simplest and most domineering manner. Compared to Xiang Longjia, his thin figure seemed very small, but under his charge, all of Xiang Longjia's secret techniques were shattered. That terrifying fist energy seemed to be all-conquering and capable of annihilating all techniques. Demon-subduing prohibition, kill. Xiang Longjia's expression changed, and he used his innate magic. In a flash, his whole body had turned into a giant elephant with a height of hundreds of feet and a body like a mountain. His whole body was pitch black, and his whole body was rolling with dazzling black light. The elephant's trunk was dozens of feet long, like a whip hanging from the sky. Roar! The giant elephant roared, shattering the void. It stepped down, and a pair of black tusks, like a big halberd, stabbed at Lin Sun fiercely. On the side of the Empire, many people's expressions changed, and they held their breath. The innate magic of the demonic elephant tribe was extremely unusual, and its destructive aura was monstrous. For example, if this demon-subduing prohibition was used by someone in the Saint Realm, it was enough to break the sky, overturn the universe, and sink mountains and rivers. Boom! The demonic elephant stepped out, causing the nearby void to collapse. The terrible force spread, oppressing the world and making it wail. The pair of tusks of the demonic elephant, like the pitch-black spear of the barbarian god, pointed directly at Lin Sun. That's it. Lin Sun suddenly jumped, and his hands stretched out like lightning, each holding a tusk, and then his body suddenly exerted force. Crack! Crack! The sharp and frightening tusks were so strong, but at this moment they were twisted and broken by Lin Sun like crispy carrots. There was an exclamation in the field. This scene was too shocking. Go to hell! The demonic elephant let out a terrible roar in pain, and a trunk like a falling whip slammed down, shattering the void. However, Lin Sun didn't dodge. He suddenly grasped the air with his palm and fingers, and then a huge green palm firmly grasped the elephant's trunk. Boom! Lin Sun grabbed its trunk and swung hard. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the huge figure of the demonic elephant was swung up and then smashed to the ground. The earth shook, and the dust and gravel splashed like a big earthquake. The huge body of the demonic elephant was smashed into a bloody mess, and a big pit was smashed on the ground. Boom! 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 Lin Sun didn't stop. He held the elephant's trunk and constantly smashed the body of the demonic elephant, like driving a pile. From a distance, it was like an ant swinging an elephant and smashing it, forming a very impactful visual effect. The earth trembled, blood splashed, and Xiang Longjia's shrill scream of pain was heard, which made people feel cold all over and dumbfounded. In the end, Xiang Longjia's flesh and blood were shattered, and his muscles and bones were broken. His huge body was disintegrated and badly mutilated. Even the strong people of the Empire were dumbfounded. This was like a king carrying a cauldron. He was so brave that he was about to smash the demonic elephant. In the end, with a crack, the elephant's trunk was broken, and then Xiang Longjia returned to his human form. He coughed up blood, and his body was broken and riddled with holes. "I give up," he roared. Puff! Lin Sun answered him with a punch, which smashed his body. His whole body exploded, and blood rained down. Xiang Longjiao became the second foreign king to die in the hands of Lin Sun. The surroundings were perfectly silent since a long time ago, and it was extremely silent. In this battle, Lin Sun was still strong and domineering. Under his hands, the powerful Xiang Longjiao was like a weak chicken, ravaged and beaten at will, without the strength to resist. This was so horrifying that the people of the alliance of 10,000 races felt a chill in their hearts, and their faces froze. Too strong, too exciting. Someone shouted excitedly on the side of the empire. The others were also very excited. Lin Sun's unparalleled power made them all excited, shocked, and excited. Continue. Lin Sun was calm and composed. His dark eyes were cold as he glanced at the alliance of 10,000 races. His unparalleled spirit made the faces of those foreign races ugly. Many foreign races were shocked and angry. Niu Tunshin, Meng Lianqing, Kong Xiu, and others were awestruck. Just 2 battles had made them realize Lin Sun's strength. I said, "When I stand here, none of you can escape." Lin Sun looked cold. Niu Tunshin and the others' faces darkened. For them, this kind of coldness and indifference was a kind of humiliation and provocation. In the whole bloodthirsty battlefield, who dared to look down on them like this? Chapter 1458. No one has ever dared to threaten or look down on us. This person deserves death. A foreign race king's voice was cold and furious. This was a gray-haired youth. He was very strong, and his identity was obviously not ordinary. Many people looked at him with fear and awe. He was in Huatian, a descendant of the Dragon Falcon clan, a terrifying powerhouse ranked 4th on the myriad races combat strength list. If it were me, this kid would definitely die. Kong Xiu's face was gloomy and murderous. Lin Sun turned a blind eye to this, or directly ignored it, and said, "Continue." It was still the same word, but it was full of disdain. This made the powerhouses of the Myriad Races Alliance so angry that they gritted their teeth. Their eyes glowed with anger, and their auras were terrifying. The people from the Empire's camp heaved a sigh of relief. They felt comfortable all over and were dripping with joy. From the beginning of the battle until now, the Empire's side had been suffering continuously. Outstanding figures had died one after another. The atmosphere was bleak and oppressive, and their hearts were heavy. At this time, Lin Sun had won 2 rounds in a row, sweeping away the declining momentum, making people's blood boil. "I'll kill him." Amidst a clear and calm voice, a slender figure walked out from the Myriad Races Alliance's camp. As soon as she appeared, the atmosphere fell silent and attracted everyone's attention. Meng Lianqing of the Golden Phoenix clan. She was dressed in a golden dress, and her sleeves fluttered in the wind. Her entire body emitted a dazzling golden light, like a goddess who had walked out of an immortal forest and descended to the mortal world. "Kill him." The Myriad Races Alliance's camp was restless. They shouted loudly to cheer for Meng Lianqing. Lin Sun narrowed his black eyes and sensed a unique aura on this woman. She seemed to be only at the 9th tribulation realm, but there seemed to be a terrifying beast hibernating in her body. As she stepped forward, the world trembled and rumbled. The rocks near the battlefield collapsed and turned into dust. The void was chaotic. The surface of her body was covered in a layer of an illusory golden divine halo, and it was extremely dazzling as it circulated. Back then at the peak of Mount Fongsuan, I was careless and lost to you. This time, it won't happen again. Meng Lianqing's voice was cold, and the aura she emitted was terrifying. Everyone in the Empire's camp held their breaths, and their expressions changed slightly. Even Li Duxing revealed a solemn expression. In the Myriad Races Alliance's combat strength ranking, Meng Lianqing had always been ranked 1st and 2nd, equally matched with Niu Tunshin. This holy maiden from the Golden Phoenix race was not only powerful, but the power she controlled was also extremely terrifying. Back then, All of you weren't my match, even when you teamed up, let alone this time. Lin Sun looked calm, and his black eyes became colder and colder. In the eyes of others, Meng Lianqing was a beautiful woman who could only be seen from afar and could not be profaned. But in the eyes of Lin Sun, she only had one identity. Enemy. You're too arrogant. You'll definitely lose. As Meng Lianqing spoke, she stepped forward. Her golden sleeves shook and suddenly unfolded. Golden divine light swept out and covered Lin Sun. She was extremely proud and arrogant, and also extremely conceited. When her sleeves moved, Tao lights swirled about, resplendent like multicolored clouds. Within her sleeves was a world, carrying terrifying power. Lin Sun was still very simple. He stepped out and stretched his arms. His physical strength was transformed into one battle seal after another, condensing in the void. This was the illusory battle seal that matched the 9 pure sacred body scripture. With the power of qi and blood as the foundation, each battle seal had the power to suppress the universe and scare away ghosts and gods. In an instant, Meng Lianqing's attack was shattered, and her offensive was also blocked. Huh? Meng Lianqing's clear eyes narrowed. She had the capital to be conceited. With her vast divine power, she was confident that she could defeat all the enemies in the same realm as her. In her opinion, although Lin Sun's physical strength was strong, he was only in the 7th tribulation realm after all, 2 realms lower than her. Therefore, she was full of confidence in this battle. But she didn't expect that her offensive was blocked as soon as they started fighting. You have some means. A strange golden pattern appeared in Meng Lianqing's palm, which was a kind of innate bloodline power. Clang! In an instant, the golden pattern swept out and turned into a golden divine sword. It was horizontal in Meng Lianqing's palm, sharp and murderous. Golden Phoenix Bone Sword. This was the life treasure of the Golden Phoenix race. It was nurtured by the power of their origin bloodline and had unfathomable power. This shocked everyone. The Golden Phoenix Bone Sword was too sharp. The beam of light was terrifying and seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Even Lin Sun was a little surprised. It wasn't fear, but he didn't expect that the innate power of the Golden Phoenix race was so unique and rare that it could evolve into a divine sword that contained magical power. With the sword in hand, Meng Lianqing's aura abruptly changed. It was incomparably swift and fierce, and it was as if there were countless strands of sword qi lingering around her. Together, they emitted a ringing sound, revealing a monstrous killing intent. This scene was too terrifying, giving people an unstoppable sense of killing. Slash! With a thought in Meng Lianqing's mind, a golden river of sword qi rose into the sky. It was as if there were thousands of sword qi surging in it, rolling densely and covering the sky and earth. There was a burst of exclamations, and many people's hearts were in suspense. There was a burst of exclamations from the alliance of 10,000 races. Swish! Around Lin Sun, clear divine rainbows suddenly appeared. Shangqing, Yuqing, Taiqing, Lingqing, Yuanqing, Suqing, and other Tao lights were arranged. Looking carefully, Lin Sun's body was glowing and spurting out Tao light. All kinds of Tao lights turned into a big abyss, rotating around Lin Sun. Crack! Crack! Many golden sword qi swept over, but they were all swallowed up, crushed, and turned into powder by the big abyss. However, there were still patches of golden sword qi piercing over, bright and dazzling, showing infinite murderous intent. Boom! The big abyss around Lin Sun was pierced by many sword qi. It suddenly shook violently and was about to enter Lin Sun's body. Good! Kill this bastard! Seeing this, some experts of the alliance of 10,000 races couldn't help but shout excitedly. However, all of a sudden, a deafening sound of friction rang out, accompanied by a shocking burst of light. Many people felt a piercing pain in their eyes. The big abyss around Lin Sun roared, as if it had completely awakened from silence. All of the sword qi was completely crushed and destroyed. Boom! Caught off guard, Meng Lianqing suffered backlash. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and she quickly retreated. There was a hint of surprise on her beautiful face. It was actually blocked? How could a body-tempering seventh tribulation eminence be so powerful? In the field, the cheers of the experts of the alliance of 10,000 races came to an abrupt end. The excitement on their faces froze, and they almost couldn't believe their eyes. It seems that you're destined to repeat the same mistake this time. Is this what you call having a bad memory? Lin Sun stepped forward. His black hair fluttered, and the big abyss around him surged. All kinds of clear Dao lights surged, making his might appear extremely powerful. Meng Lianqing's pretty face darkened. Being ridiculed like this made her angry. Slash! In his palm, the golden bone sword flew up, transforming into a golden rainbow that cut through the sky and slashed out. Boom! At the same time, Lin Sun had already stepped forward and raised his fist to attack. This posture was undoubtedly very domineering and direct. He carried out a strong suppression. Bang! 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 On the battlefield, sword energy shot out and fist force rumbled. The two instantly clashed. However, in just a few breaths of time, Meng Lianqing's offensive was completely disintegrated. She began to be attacked by Lin Sun, causing her to fall into a passive state. Lin Sun's offensive was too fierce. He advanced step by step, pushing forward without taking a single step back. Every punch was like a stormy sea, shattering the sword energy. It was so fierce that it was a complete mess. Bang! A moment later, accompanied by an earth-shaking collision, the golden Luan bone sword in Meng Lianqing's hand was directly smashed away, wailing incessantly. As for Meng Lianqing, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. Her blood and qi roiled, and her right arm spasmed from the impact of the violent fist force. She staggered back, her beautiful face pale and filled with disbelief. She couldn't imagine it. It wasn't just Meng Lianqing. At this moment, everyone present was shocked and in disbelief. They could see that Lin Sun's body refinement cultivation was 2 levels lower than Meng Lianqing's. But the combat strength he displayed was completely not something that could be possessed at this level. It was unimaginably terrifying and inconceivable. Kill! Meng Lianqing fiercely gritted her teeth. In her body, a terrifying aura awakened and emerged, causing her power to soar by a large margin. Vaguely, a divine halo appeared behind her head. A golden Luan appeared within it, striking the 9 heavens like a divine being. Zhao Xingye, who had been silent all this time, changed his expression slightly. The power of the Saint Realm? No, it wasn't the true power of the Saint Realm, but it was no longer something that could be possessed on the path of immortality. Obviously, this Meng Lianqing used a power that didn't belong to her. She's willing to part with the power of the Golden Luan ancestor. This is a method that damages one's Dao foundation. However, it can be seen that this Meng Lianqing is highly valued. Niu Jinyu's eyes flashed as he recognized it. This made his heart calm down. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun also felt the danger. Or rather, from the moment Meng Lianqing stepped onto the battlefield, he felt that there was an extremely tyrannical power in this woman's body. Now, he finally recognized that this was the power of a saint. No wonder she was so conceited. It turns out that she had this power to rely on. Unfortunately, for me, it's no different from facing a fake saint. This thought flashed through Lin Sun's mind. Boom! A phantom of a golden Luan had already broken through. Its golden wings flapped, exuding a divine aura and power, which made the world dim. In the field, there were countless exclamations. Everyone realized the horror of this blow. But what surprised everyone was that at this moment, Lin Sun leaped into the air, still barehanded, and rushed up to kill. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sounded. Bright lights surged and covered the entire battlefield. It was too blazing and terrifying, making it difficult for people to see clearly what was going on. This, regardless of friend or foe, everyone's heart was in their throat. They all realized that this blow was destined to determine the winner. But what would the result be? You can die in peace under this blow. In the distance, Meng Lianqing's pretty face was pale, and her vitality was greatly damaged. No one knew better than her what a great burden and backlash it would cause to oneself when using such divine power. But as long as she could kill Lin Sun, everything was worth it. But when the light rain and the fierce battle disappeared, Meng Lianqing saw a scene that she couldn't accept. P.S. 2 consecutive updates.